All right, everybody. Are we ready? Let's get it going. Okay, what's up, you guys? It's Jonno. I was adjusting my camera, so it may look like, I don't know, slightly different. Slightly. Okay. Let's get over there. Let's get the shiny hunt. Hey, shout out to Nikki. Shout out to Inkachu. Shout out to Arna. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Hey, good to see you all. What's that noise? Is it them? Are the alphas making all that noise? Okay, that was weird. I feel like I never heard that before. Ingachu, you always watch anime. Besides, I think I was like right on time, right? I think I set it to start it. Oh, no, I was late, wasn't I? I think I set it to start at 5:15. So you had plenty of time to watch anime, because I was late. What's the big deal with watching anime? I know, right? Okay, a couple of my monitors got moved around while I was adjusting my camera. And it's weirding me out. Yeah, my camera is not set on a tripod, and it really should be. I've got it in kind of like a decent position where it doesn't, I don't know, it's out of the way. And it can get a good angle on me, which is really hard to do, honestly. So I hate to move it or mess with it. When you have your camera in a good spot, you just don't touch it. But yeah, I finally had to move it because it was getting loose and it was kind of hanging low. It was starting to show my floor behind me, which is like just pointing the way wrong direction if your camera's showing the floor. Shouldn't be showing the floor. Ingachu, I was at least 15 minutes late, which I was actually right on time. It's just that I scheduled my stream at the wrong time because I was never going to be here until when I was actually going to be here. See, the thing is, I had to do a few things before I started the stream, and then those few things really cost me a lot of time. I was playing with the cats. Very important. Gotta get at least half an hour a day of play. Which, if you think about it, all the cats want to do is play, eat, or sleep. So, very important play. You can't skip out on play. Get this dude off of me. Oh, come on. This is ridiculous. Wait, did I miss? There's a colorful screw over here? What? Whoa. I heard the shine. Whoa. Oh my god. What? No way. After all this time, you finally decide to show up. After all this time. What? Okay, that's uncanny. That's quite uncanny. Never expected that one. Well then, the only decision now is what ball do we capture it in? I kind of like the net ball. I do. Wow. And look, there's little Weedle. I mean, that's kind of crazy, you guys. That's actually kind of crazy. Considering how much time I spent to get my first shiny Kakuna, and then the second one just pops like that. And that, you know, on that note, I'm gonna have to start organizing my shiny living decks. It's almost about that time. I've almost got enough shinies to actually start putting it together, although just a few from the same family. Wow! Can you believe it? That was crazy. I was coming over here to get the colorful screw. I mean, I wasn't even thinking there's a shiny over there. What's crazy is I spawned right here, and it didn't make the shiny sound until I ran over here. So this could have actually been shiny for, like, a really long time, and I just never noticed because I never ran slightly over here and heard the sound. Okay, that's crazy. I was coming over here to grab this purple screw, and if I grab it, it just means I gotta show my map location for the video. I hit my recorder over here on the side, so it's recording without my green screen and everything on it. Oh, what? Oh, what? Crazy. Yo, your boy got skills. Okay, just a quick little video there. And then if you want to parkour, booyah, get on top of stuff. Now, if you really want to parkour, get on top of this thing. Oh, can you? Nope, I don't know. Okay, well that was pretty wild. I didn't expect that. Did I check the shinies? I can't remember if I did. That was crazy. And I shiny hunted for that Kakuna for days on a spot that had 5 Kakuna on the tree. And I just got a random Kakuna on that one random tree with 1 Kakuna. I mean, that's uncanny. That's crazy. Hey, shout out to Boston Brat. I know, as soon as you join the stream, boom, shiny. It can only mean one thing. Okay, let's get this thing reset like a million times and see what happens. That's pretty lucky. It does make you wonder how long has it been sitting over there shiny, because I had to run towards it to get the shiny sound to pop, and I never did run towards it all this time I've been doing these resets. So I mean, who knows, we could totally get another shiny on this tree. We could get that Weedle. Let's say we get the Weedle. That'd be pretty incredible, because then I'll have the whole family. I'll be done with like one whole family of my shiny living decks. That'd be cool, just to like knock out Weedle. That's why I'm doing some of this early game shiny hunting too. I haven't really moved on to like the other areas. One, because people keep on finding better shiny hunting methods. Like now there's a new shiny hunting method for Gibble, which is insane. And it's actually like super smart and works incredibly, and I'm totally gonna do it. And if I would have went and shiny hunted for Gibble, then I would have wasted all that time doing it the hard way, and now there's a way easier way. So I'm telling you guys, this is why your boy doesn't rush and do everything that there is to do. I'm happy to just camp out in the beginning of the game, because there's all kinds of stuff I'm gonna want to do, and then I'm gonna do it the hard way, and then come to find out a few months after the game comes out, everybody finds some easier way, and there definitely is an easier way to get Gibble. So rest in peace to your time, everybody who already went and got it. You did it the hard way. I'm gonna go get it in like one sitting. Oh, come on, seriously? I'm not being targeted. What? One Pokemon stopped targeting me, and then another one immediately started targeting me. That was rough. What? Okay, I'm seriously. Okay, thanks for hanging out, you guys. Thanks for watching. Let's see how many viewers I get on tonight's stream, because last night and the night before I did ranked battles, and that did actually pull decent viewers. Not too bad anyway. Okay, hang on you guys. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, you guys. My doctor says I'm supposed to wear my hearing aid so that it can do me the most good. And then I keep on forgetting to put it back in before the stream. Even hearing the sound of my own voice inside my head rattling around is important. Like I'm doing now while I sit here and talk into the microphone. And you can hear the difference, actually. So for those of you who don't know, for those of you who might not know, I totally lost my hearing in my left ear like last year, or like 6 or 7 months ago. Wasn't that long ago. Just one day, boom, lost it. Got super dizzy. Stayed dizzy for like a week. Actually, it was kind of like a month, but stayed like really dizzy to where it was like debilitating for a week. And lost like 100% of my hearing, but now like a tiny bit has come back. Just enough to where I can wear a hearing aid and it works. Because if you have no hearing, then a hearing aid doesn't do anything. You can't hear anything. But if you have some tiny bit of hearing, then at least you can use the hearing aid. But yeah, I have to actually put it in. But you can't even see it. Look, it's in this ear. You can't even see it. It's totally invisible. I know. I hope it comes back. Thank you, Boston Brat. Yeah, it's really scary. And plus, like, you know, not to go too deep into it, but the medical system in this country is absolute trash. Although it does vary, like, depending on where you live. Like, some places have good doctors. But, like, I'm telling you, it is such a challenge to just find people who even give, like, 2 scraps of a care about whether or not you live or die. And about whether or not you know, ever hear again. Just couldn't even find people who care at all. But anyway, no worries. It was always going to be that way, right? So. But yeah, be careful, you guys. Find good medical care. You got to be your own best advocate. That's my own best advice to everybody out there. You got to be your own best advocate. There's nothing stopping you from, you know, typing your symptoms into ChatGPT and saying, what do you think it is? And a lot of times, that's actually better than what the doctor will tell you. Because they don't care. They can tell you whatever they want and then go home at night. And they still get paid either way. You don't get a refund if they were wrong. You don't get a refund if you die. So, you know, you got to be your own best advocate. Whatever they say is wrong with you, go learn everything there is to know about it. Whatever medicine they tell you to take, go learn everything there is to know about it. Because I'm telling you, they couldn't care less. But yeah, I went through the whole system. And you would think, like, I'm a pretty good patient, right? I go to the hearing aid people and I'm like, can you please sell me the best that money can buy? Please, would you sell me the best hearing aid that money can buy? I don't care what it costs. It's of no concern to me what the price is. I just want to get the absolute top best care possible. Right? And do you know, one, they can't tell you which one is the best. Oh, great. Can't tell you. Literally, like, cannot tell you. Because they don't know. Because they haven't lost their hearing, so they don't wear a hearing aid. Right? So, you know, you got 2 people that hear perfectly fine. But yeah, they won't tell you which one's the best. So then, of course, it sends me down the process of having to go to multiple appointments from multiple different providers and see what they all say and see if it matches or see if it's any different. And of course, it's all different. And then there's some places that have the hearing aid, but their hearing aid is like literally 10 years behind the other company's hearing aid. So you go into their company and you say, I want the best that money can buy. Well, they don't sell the best that money can buy. They have a hearing aid that's 10 years behind all the other hearing aids. But are they going to tell you, oh, well, we don't sell the best money can buy? No, they're going to try to sell you that thing anyway. It's such a crock. And they're doctors. I'm like, well, but like, I told you I want the best money can buy, the one that has the best features, the one that has the best everything. And yours costs $3,000 more than the other guys. And the other guys is actually better than yours. explain that one to me. But, you know, I had to be my own best advocate. I had to go and, you know, research all these different equipment, research all these different providers, read like hundreds of reviews for all the different equipment, all the different providers. I had to be my own best advocate and learn everything there was to know about hearing aids. And I still ended up going with a very expensive hearing aid, but I saved myself about $6,000 because the place that had the crappy hearing aid was trying to sell me 2 hearing aids, one in each ear. They said, well, you lost your hearing in your left ear, but we're going to give you a hearing aid in your right ear because it's going to make it so much better. And I was like, okay, well, you're the doctor, so I'm going to trust you. I'm going to try what you say because you say it's better and you say it's going to work the best. Well, anyway, it didn't, and it wasn't. And then after I tried other ones, I realized this is a total piece of garbage. And because they wanted to sell me 2 instead of 1, it cost, guess what? Twice as much. Great for the salesperson. Boy, she was so sad when I returned it. I thought she was going to cry when I returned it. And I was like, well, you should have known. Easy come, easy go. And I did tell you I wanted the best on the market, and I was going to look it up. So you could have at least had the dignity of telling me that you don't have the best on the market and there's actually other products that are, but you know, they're salespeople. They're not doctors, they're salespeople. They're trying to sell you a $12,000 medical device. There's a reason why she was a pretty blonde. I'm telling you, it's a crock. That's the American medical system, you know? It's a total crock. And I'm being nice by not swearing about it, because honestly, you wouldn't believe how much research I had to do just to figure out what's the best hearing aid. But, you know, I ain't mad about it. It's okay. I knew that going in. That's why I knew I was going to have to be my own best advocate going in. That's why I scheduled multiple appointments with multiple different providers before I even got started. Before I even saw one product, I had multiple appointments with multiple providers. Because you know going in, they're all going to lie. They're all going to say what's best for them. Or they're just not going to care at all. And then, you know, you're going to have to, you know, make the decision that's best for you, and they won't even tell you anything close to what that is. Well, and I get it, because everyone's different. I'm a different patient than every other patient that walks in there, so it's not like they can just tell this patient it's all, you know, this is the best or that's the best. But when it's a technology thing and you literally have technology that's just older and it just doesn't have, you know, as good of features, and it, like the hearing aid that I got is just like your if you guys have those earbuds, they come in a case, and the case is a charger. So when you put the earbuds in the case, they're charging the earbuds, and then you plug the case in overnight, and then you carry your case and you carry your buds, and if you put the buds in, they're charging, right? Like that's the newest feature that's available for earbuds. That's pretty much what everybody gets. If you're not getting that, then you don't have the newest, latest, you know, earbuds that have the newest, latest features. That's, you know, the best feature that's on the market right now. Well, my hearing aid has that, but the older, crappier one that they were trying to sell me that cost more, it didn't even have that. It just had a lame plastic case that you just throw them in there and they wiggle around. So, and then I tried a total of 3 different products, and 2 of them had the charging case. And the most expensive one did not have the charging case. And I was like, well, if you guys won't even update your product to have the most new feature and the most updated feature on the easiest thing to do, that has nothing to do with the actual quality of the hearing aid, then what else did you cheap out on and you don't want to spend on, you know? So no, I'm telling you guys, be your own best advocate. Anything medical at all. Even when it comes to cough syrup, like don't even take a cough syrup without reading every single ingredient that's in that thing. I'm not kidding. It's crazy. Well, and now they got this whole thing with the Tylenol. I'm like, that's freaking wild. That is wild. You know, that's wild. But yeah, you gotta be your own best advocate. But no, I like the medical system. I'm not against medical people. The hearing aid is a medical device, but the people who sell them are, it's a whole medical industry that has nothing to do with hospitals and nothing to do with nurses. Nobody I talked to was like a full-on like doctor, and nobody I talked to was a nurse. You know what I mean? I love doctors, I love nurses. They're the front lines. Still gotta be your own best advocate. Love them all day long. Still gotta be your own best advocate. It never hurts to learn, you know? It doesn't. Oh, Boston Brat, sober 11 years. Whew, I couldn't do it. I salute you. I did quit smoking. I mean, I did that when I was like 25 or something. Maybe like 24, 23 or something like that. But I was like, this isn't serving me. What a waste of money. I look like a loser. Can't afford cigarettes. Always bumming them from people. So I was like, you know what? I just won't smoke anymore. Done deal. But yeah, that's the closest thing I have to ever like quitting anything. I know, I salute you. You gotta do it though. You gotta do it. Gotta get sober. I mean, if you're not. Now, Mary Jane, I think, I don't know. I give a pass. They call it the devil's leaf, but I'm like, that's the Lord's leaf. Did you guys know that ancient people cultivated the marijuana plant, as in domesticated the marijuana plant, before any grain, before any corn, before any animal? Early humans had domesticated weed before they domesticated food and before they domesticated animals. Although maybe not the dog, actually. Maybe the dog, debatable actually with the dog, but animals for food, I mean. The dog is a different story. Dog and humans go way back. But yeah, isn't that crazy? Yeah, exactly. Boston Bread, exactly. Got you off the hard stuff. Exactly. I mean, I hear you. I hear you. If I wasn't on YouTube, I'd tell you some stories, but we keep it family friendly, but I'd tell you some stories. I will say that moving to California, you can get yourself in a lot of trouble moving to California at a young age. And I did. I mean, a young age as in like 19, 20. The years when you can actually get yourself in bad trouble. Luckily, I stayed out of trouble, but it wasn't for lack of trying. And honestly, the only thing that was useful that I did during that time was get married to my wife, which was the best move I ever made, and just stay passionate about my hobbies, you know? Like, all my hobbies ended up turning into really good jobs for me. I make good money off the YouTube. I mean, not great, not enough. It's hobby money. It's enough to spend on my bad habits and, you know, all the money that I want to waste on Amazon and all that. But no, all my hobbies, you know, tinkering around with the internet, tinkering around with hardware, software, anything I could get my hands on. I learned Photoshop, you know, just for the memes. Before memes even existed. That's funny. I was photoshopping memes before memes even existed. And then memes came out and I was like, what are you guys talking about? I'm so done with that. Like, I was doing that when I was like 12. You know, like, you guys are still like photoshopping pictures and like laughing at them. Like, I was 12 and I was doing that, you know, like, now I watch historical documentaries. Like, I'm an adult, you know. But yeah, it's funny. I was making memes before there was such a thing as memes. I predate memes. That's how old I am. But yeah, all those hobbies, I mean, learning Photoshop, learning how to edit videos, messing around with every software I could get my hands on. You know, I went on to have jobs where I needed to learn software and I had to be able to learn it fast. And because I was able to excel in those jobs because I had seen a lot of software and I, you know, knew the basic fundamentals of many different kinds of software. So I say mess around with your hobbies, you guys. Best thing I ever did was have tons of hobbies. You know? Besides, hobbies keep you out of trouble. Idle hands. What is still targeting me? Jeez. You lived in California your whole life? Yeah, I can get you. I was born in California. Down in Orange County. I was from Orange County before it was cool to be from Orange County. And now it's back to just being totally unknown. Because there was that show, the OC, there for a while. So, oh my God, people were so obsessed with California there for a little while. It was nuts. And I was like, don't you guys understand that, like, these shows being made about California are being made by people who live and work in California? Because, like, that's where Hollywood is. I don't know. I just couldn't understand anybody from, like, Arkansas or, like, anybody from, you know, the Midwest or just anywhere being like, oh yeah, the OC, that's my show. But it was a decent enough show. It was fine. It wasn't terrible. But yeah, there for a while, it was like a thing to be from Orange County. People actually thought it meant something, and I was like, guys, it doesn't mean anything. It means literally absolutely nothing. There just happens to be a show with that name that's mildly popular. It was pretty popular, I guess. Every time I have to run this far, it's like such a waste of time. I made memes before LeBron James was even a basketball player. Okay? There was no LeBron James. I think I need 2 of these. Oh, he jumped out. I don't know if I'm gonna do the alpha decks or not. I'm honestly not sure. I'm just not that into the alpha Pokemon. I don't know. I'm not against them. I know people like them, but it's a gimmick that I just feel like was totally unnecessary. But I do like it because when you have your couple of shiny alphas, you can feel really good about those because they're truly, truly rare. Even if you get a static alpha, it's still pretty darn rare. Although after the shiny charm, maybe not, honestly. Once I get shiny charm, we'll see how rare they really are. Oh, dude, I was just about to... I guess I could run forward and just run back. Yeah, maybe I should just run forward and then run back. Why do I keep running forward? And then forward again. I should just run forward till I can see them. And then if I get targeted, run back. Oh my god, it's so much shorter. Why didn't I think of that sooner? I swear, sometimes my mind is broken. Let's go see if there's a shiny over here. No shiny in the tree. I'm gonna have to check the tree now. The tree's gonna be a whole thing. Yeah, I've been taking a break to the story as well. I've had story progress that I could do for like the last, I don't know, what is it, like 2 days? But I got a little bit wrapped up with ranked. I think that was a bit of a distraction. But yeah, I was gonna sit down and do some story stuff last night. And then after the stream, right? Because I streamed. And then guess what? Instead of doing that, I played more ranked battles after my ranked battle stream. And I lost them all terribly. And I was like, you know what? I'm done with this game. Ranked battles made me rage quit. Can you guys believe it? Ranked battles made me rage quit. I rage quit the game last night. Turned off my console. And put it back on the dock. I was like, I'm done. And I didn't even play story mode. When I had story mode stuff to do. I was like, this sucks. I'm out. But yeah, it's kind of funny. I don't know about the ranked mode. I'm just gonna say I don't like it. But it's just like everything. It's just like Fortnite, you know? There's people who are gonna figure out how to play it like pixel perfect. Every frame, they know exactly what button to hit. They know exactly where to go on the map. You know, there's always gonna be people who just, you know, go straight to whatever the meta is. And I'm just, you know, I don't have the interest to play that way. I'm not going to go read every Reddit comment and try to figure out like the ultimate meta strategy. I'll think a little bit about it and be like, oh, okay, this makes sense, but I don't know. It's just not fun. They got to create a system where like you can go in there and have fun, and you don't have to get this like crazy level of detailed knowledge to just be able to pick up the game and play and have fun. That's why turn-based, you know, is somewhat better. That's why people like turn-based. Because you get, you know, at least some time to sit and think about what the perfect move to make is. And you don't have to decide on the fly, because that's where you make mistakes. That's why you should never make decisions on the fly. Always stick to the plan. Always stick to the plan, because when you make decisions on the fly, you're more likely to make mistakes. And in life, mistakes really suck. Because sometimes when you make mistakes, you hurt yourself. Sometimes when you make mistakes, you die. So mistakes really suck. Don't recommend them. You know, so it's just stick to the plan, have a plan and stick to it. Save yourself a lot of headache just by having a plan and sticking to it. Don't make decisions on the fly. If you can avoid it, which in many situations you can avoid it. People choose to make decisions on the fly. Now, don't ask me why, because I still wonder that to this day. But if I find myself making decisions on the fly, I just say, wait. It's best not to make decisions on the fly. Or changing your plans. That's the same thing. Changing your plans, right? Let's say we plan to go to In-N-Out. And then somebody calls and they say, hey, I'm going to be over at Wendy's. Like, oh. Well, should we just go to Wendy's? No. You stick to the plan. Besides, In-N-Out is higher quality than Wendy's. Which is why you stick to the plan. See? Oh, no. Threw a ball on the ground. Ew, Simpsons theme? Simpsons are like, I don't know. They just don't scream like violence to me. You know, Fortnite, there's guns, you're shooting, you're chasing, you're trapping your opponent like a rat in a box. You know? Like Fortnite, Simpsons, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like the right crossover. And plus all the yellow people. It's gotta be the most boring map ever. No, I couldn't handle it. That sounds boring. I haven't even played Fortnite in ages and that sounds boring. You've seen a few episodes of The Simpsons? What? Inkachu, what are you, like 8? You've seen a few? I've seen a few thousand episodes of The Simpsons. I saw every episode from like the first season till probably like the 20th season or something. I mean, how did you turn on the TV for the last 20 years and not happen to catch a Simpsons episode? That seems impossible to me. Ew, they changed the graphics? That just sounds terrible. That's like the identity of the game. Yeah, that just sounds weird and terrible. You grew up with SpongeBob? Yeah, they're not quite the same thing. SpongeBob plays on the morning cartoon run for children, and The Simpsons played in the evening primetime slot for, you know, I would say families. So yeah, they're just not even in the same category of thing. They're categorically different. Yeah, SpongeBob never played in primetime. I mean, maybe in Nickelodeon primetime. I don't know. It's all Simpsons animated on the map. That sounds terrible. Oh my god. I haven't been a Simpsons fan in a very long time because they totally ruined that show. But when I was a kid, it was like the funniest thing on television. And it was definitely the only cartoon on television. It's weird how like that was a cartoon that was totally acceptable, but like nothing else was a cartoon until like many years later when Matt Groening ended up making a bunch more shows. Matt Groening, a genius, although if I saw his picture, I couldn't tell you who he is. I just know it from seeing his name on the end of the episode of like so many shows for so many years. I keep saying I'm gonna run the other way and then I forget to. Yeah, The Simpsons hasn't been interesting since you've been alive, so I mean it doesn't surprise me that The Simpsons doesn't interest like the next generation. They didn't do the work to keep it relevant, unfortunately. It became very topical, which is always very bad for a TV show. And I don't know, it became so topical. I mean, it was always yeah, it didn't really start out topical. Like they didn't talk about current events or anything like that. It was just kind of like I don't know, it was almost like an early sitcom. Because there was no plot to the show. I mean, if you think about it, it's like, what was the plot of Seinfeld? There was no plot. But what was the plot of The Simpsons? There was no plot. It was kind of like the original sitcom. In a way. Oh, I like that there's Hone Edge. I would much rather get a Hone Edge. But yeah, The Simpsons was like way more relevant in the early days. Early Simpsons, back when Conan O'Brien was a writer, was hilarious. The Conan O'Brien episodes, if you ever want to, you know, be like, huh, what's this whole Simpsons show about? Just make sure that you watch the Conan O'Brien episodes. Because if you're not watching, if you watch and Conan O'Brien's name doesn't appear in the end credits, then you done watched the wrong one. You wasted your time, unfortunately. But no, yeah, make sure that Conan O'Brien wrote the episode. Conan O'Brien was one of the original writers on the show. Seinfeld, best show ever created? Yeah, he did do a good job on that. You can still turn that show on today. Watch it. And it's funny. And like, there's no reason to turn it off. Like, it's perfectly watchable to this day. Maybe that's just for me. Maybe because I grew up on it. I would like to see what the next generation thinks. Now, if you turned on a Simpsons episode, very questionable if it would be relevant to any audience today. Right? Very questionable. And that's even including the older seasons. The ones I'm actually talking about, which are actually good. Very questionable. Oh, I got 2 Hone Edge. That was lucky. I actually don't mind running through at night because there's more Hone Edge spawns. So yeah, I'll probably run through just since it's nighttime. Yeah, you can't do wrong with Seinfeld. And there's no bad season of Seinfeld. See, that's the true test. If your show truly has no bad season. And there, I mean, if there is a bad season, I guess I'm not familiar enough with Seinfeld to know what it is. But as far as I know, there's no bad season of Seinfeld. If I'm wrong, tell me what season it was. A lot of shows go bad near the end. Simpsons has gone bad. But because it's such a cultural icon of sorts, it's managed to stick around I think also becoming topical has helped them stick around. They cover, you know, current events. So then people watch it and they hear jokes about current events. It's almost like a late night show in that regard. Kind of like South Park has done as well. You know, make fun of famous people. I never did like Bob's Burgers. King of the Hill was very funny, but it was only intended for a certain audience. Because if you don't live somewhere that's conservative enough, you won't get any of the jokes. But if you live somewhere that's too conservative, then the jokes would actually be, like, offensive to you, which is what's funny about the show, because, like, there's some people who consider that show basically, like, offensive. And they're, like, exactly the people who are depicted in the show. You know, the fact that his dog was named Ladybird, that show was so perfect. That show was so absolutely perfect. It was so spot on. Yeah, King of the Hill is like a very certain type of humor. And then, like, some people can't get it, unfortunately. But I grew up in Arkansas. So it was very funny to me. One state away from Texas. In the South. Inkachu, you don't even understand why the dog was named Ladybird. And don't act like you do. There's not a chance that you will ever be able to tell me why that dog was named Ladybird. Impossible. Now he's gonna go Google it. Now he's mad. I said he can't do it, so he's Googling it. He's like, why was the dog in King of the Hill called Ladybird? He's gonna go find out. No, I'll save you the Google. It's named Ladybird for the same reason that Ladybird Lake is named Ladybird. It's named after Reagan's wife. It's conservative humor. Back before conservative meant what it means today. Conservative actually used to just mean the textbook definition of conservative. Now it means a whole different thing. It doesn't mean what it used to mean. It's the same thing with woke. Woke used to mean something different too. Now it means a totally different thing. These words have just been hijacked. It's ridiculous. Yes, Ladybird Johnson. Thank you, Boston Brat. Inkachu's only 12, so he doesn't know this stuff. So when he makes comments like, if you think that's bad for a dog's name, the Simpsons named their dog Santa's Little Helper. Inkachu doesn't understand that his comment is totally irrelevant and makes no sense. Good try, though. It was a heartfelt try. And we'll accept that. Okay, I keep getting stuck running all the way through, and it's really a bad habit. It's costing me my time. Inkachu, you're 21. You're old enough to vote. But you don't know who Ladybird Johnson is. Oh wait, I said I was gonna run backwards. Oh no, I'm running forwards because there's the possible hone edge spawn. That's right, that's right. I'm running all the way through because the hone edge spawn. Gotta stay focused. See, during the day I won't run all the way through. I'll run back, but during the night I'll run through because the hone edge. Okay, I don't think we got shiny Honedge. Once I get to that middle loop, I probably don't have to look any further because I would probably hear the shiny if it was there. Hard to say for sure, though. I've only seen Honedge basically where the Ghastlies are. Inkachu, Ladybird Johnson is not a character on King of the Hill. This is what... It's like you don't understand how out of context your comment actually is, because you have no context. That's funny. Yeah, she's not a character on King of the Hill. She's a real person who existed. She was the wife of the President of the United States. Now the real test is, do you know who Jackie Kennedy was? Because if you know who Jackie Kennedy was, and there's no excuse. Although I will say she's a little bit more famous. Maybe just by a little bit. Okay, maybe by a lot. Nearly daybreak. I'm telling you, there's not nearly enough time. Hey, shout out to King Julian. I see you out there. Thanks for watching. Good luck closing at work. Just remember, the faster you close, the faster you get out. Boy, we used to close fast. Woo, we would close fast. And it was done right, too. Although my manager would insist that I do everything to close, I would still close fast, and he would actually sit and sketch doodles of his, he was like a graffiti writer who would go, like, run around in the middle of the night and spray paint his little name on, like, walls and trains. He was this crazy art school student. And, yeah, he would make me do every single thing to close. I had to do every single thing. All of his job, all of my job. And then he would complain the whole time that I wasn't doing it fast enough and we weren't going to get to go home soon. And, you know, you're like, wow, he sounds like a real jerk. He was a real jerk. But there was, like, I don't know, like, a heartfeltness to it. But, yeah, he was definitely exploiting his position and, you know, just sitting there drawing the whole time. But that's all right. You know, you learn how to work hard. If you don't learn how to work hard, then, like, what are you doing? You know, so every opportunity you get to work harder, you should take it. Don't even think twice. Just take it. It'll make you look better. Former First Lady, married to John F. Kennedy. You fully Googled that. Yeah, Boston Brat. It scares me that they don't teach that too. But I mean, it's kind of a hard lesson in terms of all the American lessons, because it's like, I mean, how do you teach that one? There's not really much of a teachable moment there, you know? Aside from, like, the world is crazy and you can't trust anyone, I guess. If they can get the president, then you ain't safe. If they can get him, then you definitely ain't safe, so watch your back. You don't listen to history? Ooh, history is where all the interesting stuff happened, though. I mean, seriously, what class is more interesting than history? History is more interesting than any fiction that could ever be written. Whatever fictional book you've read, first off, it was likely based on history. Just some little known history that you didn't know. But yeah, fiction is never even half as interesting as actual history. Actual history is freaking nuts. I mean, what class is more interesting than history? Maybe science. Science is pretty darn interesting. Talk about space. Oh dear. You guys, there's a new shiny hunting method for Gibble. It's really weird. Okay? It's really weird. To the point where, like, at first I was like, there's no way I'm doing this. But then I was like, you know, doesn't seem that bad, actually. Yeah, English was my favorite class, maybe just because I was really good in it. I've always been a talented writer, but I only use my skills for advertising. Which isn't necessarily the highest expression of writing skills. But, you know what, it works for me. I always wanted to write a novel, but I just don't have the patience to sit and actually write it. But I have tons of good ideas. But I think everybody in the world has tons of good ideas. It's really about, like, whether or not you execute on them. And at the end of the day, if I wanted to write a novel, I'd have to sacrifice time from something else that I love doing. And I mean, who knows what that would be? I don't have all the time in the world, so. I'm certainly not going to give up shiny hunting. Go write my manuscript. You gave up shiny hunting, Inkachu? Yeah, I gave it up for a while. I took a big long break from it, and it was actually really good because I came back with a lot better energy for it. Because now I'm really enjoying it, but Legends Arceus, especially doing the Dynamax adventures, that was getting old. Oh my goodness. I mean, it already got old. It's like I didn't even play Dynamax adventures all the way through. I could have went and got every single shiny out of that thing, but you know, I didn't do that because it wasn't interesting enough to do, and there was no point to have all the shiny legendaries. And then I was kind of glad that I didn't, because there was, you know, shiny legendaries that I could transfer over to my Legends Arceus. But, oh man, going to get every single one of those one by one, it was taking ages. I lost so much interest in getting the shiny living dex just from how long that process took. It just wasn't fun. I like the Dynamax adventures, but I mean, what, I'm gonna spend like 2 years of my life trying to get all the shinies? It took forever to get through them. You know, it's like a minimum time to get 4 shiny spawns. And then I swear they changed the shiny odds. I absolutely swear they changed the shiny odds for the Dynamax Adventures, because I used to get so many more shinies when I would stream Dynamax Adventures. It really felt like they changed something. Yeah, this game's the most shinies you hunted since Arceus. That makes sense, Julian. I mean, it makes a lot of sense because obviously there's only been Scarlet and Violet since then, right? And those games were dog doo-doo. So I think a lot of us didn't spend very much time on them. Although I will say I saw a lot of people in the member chat that were keeping up with the events, getting the free shiny Pokemon that they were giving out. It wasn't interesting enough for me, but I was glad to see that, you know, a good number of people were, you know, getting their money's worth from the game and playing the events and getting the Pokemon that were available that they were giving away for free. But yeah, Scarlet, Violet, oh my goodness. They were so bad it made me mad. And I didn't want to play anymore. I mean, you gotta be pretty bad to actually make me like angered about it. I just couldn't believe how disrespectful they were to the Pokemon audience again after so many years of lackluster games and mediocre games. And then Legends Arceus was actually good, so I thought, oh, there's hope, you know, maybe Scarlet and Violet will actually be good. But then it was just like, nope, here we go again. Another region full of half-baked characters that barely get any spotlight. Full of characters that are going to be totally unmemorable, that get like 3 lines in the story. I mean, all the gym leaders had like 3 lines in the story. I mean, it was the most weak, thrown together story I've ever seen. Sad. And they only get more expensive. I'm like, how is it that your games get worse, but they still manage to get more expensive? Did I stream that game? Yeah, Sean, I streamed it a ton. Yeah, I will say I did play Scarlet more than Sword and Shield. Looking back, I actually liked Sword and Shield, but at the time when Sword and Shield came out, it was the same thing for me. I was like, this is dog doo-doo. You guys have released another game that is totally half-baked. It's not a Zelda quality game. That's my standard, you know? Like, Zelda is on the Nintendo Switch. If Zelda can be that quality, then it's on the table for every other game. It just means you won't spend the money and you won't spend the time. You know? And it's like, well, if Pokemon just doesn't want to spend the money and Pokemon just doesn't want to spend the time to make games that are good, then that just shows their level of respect for their audience. They have none. They're willing to take your money and give you very little in return for it. You could pay the exact same amount of money and go buy Zelda and have years of fantastic entertainment. Or you could buy Pokemon and get 2 months of, you know, mild entertainment. I just don't see how they thought that that was reasonable. It's so disrespectful of the audience, and they do it over and over again. But yeah, I was mad at Sword and Shield, but looking back, the Dynamax Adventures was a great feature. And after they did DLC for Scarlet and Violet that did not include anything even similar to that, where you could go and hunt shiny legendaries, it made me realize how good Sword and Shield was, because they actually included like a ton of shiny legendaries in that game that you could go shiny hunt. And, you know, paying that amount for the game and DLC, but getting that many shiny hunting opportunities, especially legendary, that seemed like it was worth the money. But then Scarlet and Violet, you know, they didn't have anything like that. So it actually made me get a lot more appreciation and a lot more respect for what we actually had when we had Sword and Shield. You know, looking back, I was actually like, huh, that Sword and Shield was pretty good bang for your buck. Considering the DLC was packed with shiny hunting legendary opportunities and packed with content. Compared to Scarlet and Violet, Sword and Shield was like a smorgasbord. Tons of shiny hunting. Legendary Pokemon everywhere. Yeah, those games are actually why I stopped streaming the story of Pokemon games. Because, like, it's crazy. People will not watch you stream the story. It used to be, like, people will watch you stream the story. And I don't know if it's because... I don't know why. I really don't know why. But people would, like, eat it up. They would watch you stream the story. If a new game came out, if you streamed it, you would get tons of views. Now nobody will watch you stream the story. So I haven't even done like that much story related content. It's mostly been like random other stuff. But yeah, big change from like the early gaming YouTube days and now. Big change. You guys, I ate my spicy hot noodles after the stream last night. It gave me a stomach ache. Big time. Yep, big time stomach ache. Did I ever play Radical Red? No, I never played that. Is it like a fan mod? The last time I played a fan mod, I forget the name of it. It was really good. I got a ton of views. It was crazy. I was like, I need to keep playing this game, but then I don't know, like I'm just weird about fan mods. I just have like no interest in them. But it was getting so many views, like, and I was getting so many comments on my episode too. It was so weird. I was like, this is crazy. I can't believe people watch this more than they watch actual main series games. But I mean, it doesn't surprise me when we just had an extremely long conversation about how bad the main series games are. But I was like, wow, there's something here. Like, I should play this. And then, I don't know, I like couldn't be bothered. It was crazy. I just had no interest. I mean, it's weird, like, interest, you know? Like, some stuff will get you interested. Some stuff you just can't be bothered to be interested in. I guess that's different for everybody. But even despite the fact that I was getting tons of views, which is really, like, that's usually very motivating for me. I just was like, eh. Oh, well. I just didn't want to play it. It's crazy. Yeah, I used to have one of the mods on my stream was like really tuned in to like the online Pokemon community, like way more than me. And she would always tell me like new games that were trending and stuff, and it was one of the ones that she had told me about. And I played it because she said it was good, and she was doing some shiny hunting and having some fun with it, and I was like, okay, I'll play it. And like randomly I just made an episode, which is really random for me because I don't make episodes like that anymore. And it was actually kind of difficult for me because I hadn't like played like that in a long time, and I wasn't sure which parts I was going to keep and which parts I was going to cut out. And I don't know, it was like slightly awkward for me, which is probably part of why I didn't continue to film the series too. But yeah, it felt like playing on an emulator because it's like not on a console. You're playing on it's like a software on your computer, you know, you're just playing it. But yeah, that stuff is really popular. I'm just old school. It's not my interest, so somebody else is going to be out there picking up all those views, but not me. Just very little interest. And I don't know why. I mean, the game was fun. I remember playing it. I remember the features I enjoyed that were good. I was doing some egg hunting. I was like exploring my map and unlocking all the different parts of the map, and then I don't know, just like totally lost interest. Give you a celebrity to make a me for Smash? Okay, do Seinfeld. But like, don't do Jerry Seinfeld like Jerry Seinfeld, but like do Seinfeld from Seinfeld. You know, like from the show. There's a lot of spawns here, so that's why it's a good shiny hunting area, even if you're like, you know, early game. Good Pokemon density. You said give you a celebrity. That's my celebrity. Hey, shout out to Wolf at Night. What's up, buddy? I'm looking for this shiny. There's tons of SPINARAK spawns. At least the spawn rate is absolutely fantastic. And if we get a shiny Gengar, that'd be great too. Shiny Ghastly, I should say. It's pretty quick on the resets too. Let's go check the tree real quick. No shiny in the tree. I got shiny Kakuna earlier in the stream, if you can believe it. For those of you that weren't here. About 5 minutes into the stream, maybe less, I got a shiny Kakuna on that tree that I just checked that's outside the wild area. It just randomly spawned over there. Crazy. Oh yeah, Inkachu, you don't like the laugh track? Did you guys know that on the late night shows they pad the laughs? Because the crowd doesn't laugh as much as they need them to laugh. Because the jokes aren't actually funny anymore. And so they pad the laughs with a laugh track. And if you know what you're listening for, you can hear it. And you can tell when the jokes were duds and the crowd didn't laugh, but then they put in a laugh track. But you have to really know what you're listening for. It's kind of hard. I watched a whole documentary about the laugh machine. And if you ever want to watch a really interesting TV documentary, or I mean, I shouldn't say TV documentary, it's a real documentary, but it's about television. And the laugh machine is like it's a chapter in TV history that is still being written even now. And the original laugh machine was a creation of this one guy. And you know, necessity is the mother of invention. And you know, they needed laughs, right? They needed live studio laughs, so he made a machine that would make them. And yeah, it's kind of funny. The technology is roughly still used today. It's not the exact same anymore, obviously, but like they still, you know, edit in fake laughs of people who weren't really there, who weren't really laughing at the joke that's being played. Still happens to this day. No, Inkachu, they were funny to begin with. That's what's truly sad about late night. They were funny to begin with. Jay Leno was hilarious. What's the name of the other guy? I can't remember the other guy. I always forget his name. It was Leno and... Dang, what's the name of the other guy? Oh, it was almost there. I almost had it. What was the name of the other guy? Leno... Well, anyway, they were funny. That's what's truly sad. It was an actual comedy program that actually had comedy, and the jokes were actually funny and topical for the day's, you know, events, or maybe the week's events, at best. Yeah, they were funny. You made LeBron James? Nice. The Shack Me sounds good. Yeah, the spawns are great here. I knew as soon as I found that wall with the alpha SPINARAKs all over it, I was like, oh, we're gonna shiny hunt that. And I don't even care that much about SPINARAK. It's not even gonna go on my team. It's just a fun shiny hunt because there's tons of spawns and I don't have my shiny charm yet. You made Mike Tyson, Sylvester Stallone, Arnold Schwarzenegger, John Cena. You didn't make any girls, dude. Like, what is this sausage fest? There's not a single famous woman that you wanted to make? Sexist, bro. No, you need to make a lady me. This is messed up. You don't have any female role models? None? Not even one? Come on. Yeah, shiny SPINARAK looks good, and the evolved form, shiny Ariados, looks excellent. Although I'm not going to evolve it. I'm going to see if I can find the shiny Ariados. There's like a couple of spots in the game where Ariados is hanging from a web, and I don't know, that just sounds like a perfect shiny hunt to me. So I think I'm going to try for that. I like this shiny hunts at night because there's also Honedge. Inkachu, tell me your female role model. And don't say Lady Bird Johnson, because I know you didn't even know who that was until the stream started. Was her actual name Ladybird? I mean, it's got to be a nickname, right? No way her actual name was Ladybird. I found a Shalfa here. Whoa, nice. King Julian got the Shalfa. Yeah, if I'm lucky enough to get the Shalfa, that'd be incredible. Wait, Ladybird Johnson's real name was Ladybird? It wasn't a nickname? I'm gonna have to Google it. Okay, let me go grab a snack, you guys. And let me refill my water. Let's take a little itty bitty tiny break. It's gonna be like 1 minute. I'm gonna run downstairs and get some water. All right, you guys, we snacked up. Look, yo, got them snacks. Yeah, that's right. Okay, I got my water. I got my beef jerky. I got my Arizona iced tea gummies. These are the truth right here. You got to look these ones up. They're good if you like gummies. I got my little fruit bar. Yeah. And I got my kind bars. Yo, we snacked up. Let's get it. Okay, hang on. I think I'm going to start with savory first. Always savory first. Woo, jalapeno. Woo! That's hot. Woo, that's hot. Boy, howdy. Dang it, Bobby. Dang it, Bobby. Okay, I'll give you a female celebrity for a me. The only one you can think of is Lady Gaga, Taylor Swift, and Selena Gomez. No, you gotta do... Hang on, I have the perfect one. I'm so bad with names. What's the girl who has the really high ponytail and she sings that song that goes, thank you, next. Thank you, next. That's the jam, by the way. Hold on, what is her name? I'm so bad with names, you guys. Oh yeah, Ariana Grande. That's right. That's right. Yeah, you gotta do Ariana. She's the only one who's worthy. You can't do Selena Gomez. She's terrible. She ruined her career with that stupid show. She was only famous because Justin Bieber. No, forget about Selena Gomez. Taylor Swift. No, she's throwing it all away for all the wrong reasons. Besides, how many times is Taylor going to make the same album? And then who is the other one? Lady Gaga? Same thing. She's throwing it away for all the wrong reasons. How many times are you going to make the same album? No. Ariana is always taking it to the next level. Her music always hits. It's always a vibe. It's always a jam. Ariana will be here in like 20 more years. Not the rest of them. Selena Gomez was on Only Murders in the Building. See, you don't even know that she was in the show. You don't even know about the show. That's how unpopular it is. That's how bad it is. You don't even know about it. She's literally the star of a show. And you don't even know about it. That's how bad the show is. No, it's all about Ariana. Ariana's like the Usher of our generation. She's super talented. She's super fit. She's super humble. She's at the top of her game. At least what Usher used to be. Not Usher anymore, but what Usher used to be. Actually, waifu was playing Ariana Grande videos for like half the day the other day, which is why I thought of her. You could do the, if you want to go historically, you could do the lady who helped discover radiation. But she died from radiation poisoning. Along with her partner. So, downside of discovering radiation is not knowing the harmful side effects. I forgot her name though. I'm terrible with names. Great female role model, though. Incredible scientist. Every bit as responsible for the discovery of radiation as her peers. Mariska Haggerty? I don't know who that is. I wonder if I know who that is. Maybe I know them by their picture. Detective Benson on Law and Order. Oh, yeah, she's great. She always has that look where she's like famous for that look. Yeah, she's good. I love her. She can do no wrong in my eyes. Every time she busts the bad guy, I'm like, you go get him, girl. She has aged really well, too. I mean, what is up with that? She looks great. That show has been on since I was a kid. I remember when I was a kid, and that show to me was a show that went bum bum in between like every scene. I didn't know anything about that show. I had no idea what it was about. But I knew that like every 3-4 minutes it was gonna go bum bum. That's how I need to make my episodes. Just do that, like just change scenes like every 3 minutes and do that in between. Yeah, Inkachu, you got roasted, but you took it well. You did. I'm proud of you. Whoa, this beef jerky is hot. See, you guys, this is the difference between Pokemon 1, Pokemon Kanto, Pokemon Yellow, Red, Blue, all that, and today's Pokemon. See, in Pokemon Kanto, the graveyard was for the graves of Pokemon. That's right. Not for the graves of people. The graves of Pokemon who were killed by Team Rocket. That game was dark. Wasn't that game dark? I don't know, just me? Okay, the beef jerky is good, but might be a little bit too hot for me, guys. Too hot to handle. I'm gonna have to switch. You made a female ghost face? How can you tell it's female? I couldn't tell that Ghostface was female the whole movie. She killed like a man. I'm just kidding. I mean, obviously that was the plot twist, right? They expected you to do that. What was that? Scream 2? Sorry if any spoilers. Sorry for spoilers on stream 2. Scream 2. Did I say stream? I meant scream. You made every unmasked ghost face? Jeez, how long did that take you? Are you like obsessed with like Halloween movies? Are you like one of those like Halloween people who's seen like Freddy like 100 times or something? There's my kitty, Tanny. Hi, Tanny. Hi. What is she doing? Hi. She's not like a pick-me-up cat, so I don't know if I'll ever be able to get her on the stream. If she jumps up here, maybe, but it's a very tentative maybe. Okay, so if they were unmasked, I could see how you could tell which ones were the female. That makes sense. Because it's a pretty quick hunt. It's not as quick as spamming the fly. That's like as quick as it gets, but this is still pretty good. Yeah, Scream is basically Scooby-Doo with violence and a lot less creativity on the characters. I mean, they wear the same mask every time. At least in Scooby-Doo, it's always a different mask. You know, you would think after you watch Scooby-Doo enough times, like they always unmask somebody at the end. So you'd think that like while you're watching it, you'd be thinking like, huh, who's gonna be the one they unmask, right? That would be logical. Me, as a kid watching Scooby-Doo, I never thought about it. And then they would unmask somebody at the end and I would be like, what? Like every time. And I never even thought one time, like, oh, I wonder who's going to be the one they unmask this time. Never gave it a passing thought. I mean, can you believe? Eventually you would think, like, just basic pattern recognition. Like, I would at least wonder. Okay, is this, like, the bad dude that they're going to unmask? Like, it's got to be the teacher or the janitor or something. Nope. I never even hazarded a guess. Scream 5 and 6 had a different mask? Oh, they knew they had to do something different. That makes sense, because, like, why would people still be scared of, like, the same mask? Wait, so what did the mask look like? Was it like totally different? Was it still a ghost? You guys, one of my favorite creators responded to me on live stream yesterday. I was really excited about it. He pinned my comment and put it on the, or he didn't pin it, but I mean, he put it on the screen and replied to it. I was like, yo, I made it onto the stream. It was for the Krakenford channel. He does, like ancient mythology. He's a professor. Covers really ancient mythology, old stories. He has a video all about dragons, the origin of the dragon stories, and why so many cultures mention dragons. It's actually really fascinating. When you get into it. Same thing with floods. You know, why so many cultures have, you know, flood stories. People who never talk to each other. You know, cultures that never had contact. Although actually a lot of the flood stories out there are actually from contact, from you know, the missionaries. They would go here, there, and everywhere all over the world that we know happened for many, you know, millennia. They would go and tell the story of Noah, and then a lot of the cultures that now have a flood story actually didn't have a flood story before there was contact with the European missionaries. Which is interesting, because some people say, oh, well, every native culture has a flood story, and every people all around the world have a flood story. And it's like, well, yeah, they do now, because the missionaries went around, and one of the main stories that they told was the story of Noah, and everybody likes that story so much that it stuck. And yeah, like now they tell those stories, but like, did they tell those stories 1,000 years ago? Like, that's the real question. But yeah, that's the kind of stuff he, you know, makes videos about and studies and teaches and is... I think he's a professor. I'm like 90% sure he's a professor, but I could be wrong, actually. You guys, hold on. I think I might have got a package I need to sign for. Give me a second. Never mind. I got a weird call, and it looked like the number you get when you have a package. And then wifey was texting me about a package too, randomly. And I was like, oh no. No, the phone call, I don't know who it was from. I don't know who that was. I don't answer no calls. And then I was like, well, maybe it's wifey. Like, maybe she's at the gym. Or, like, I don't know, somewhere where, like, her phone ran out of battery and she needs to call me. But then I was like, I don't know. That seems pretty unlikely. And plus, she just texted me, so probably not that. I don't know. I do not pick up the phone anymore. Not a chance. And besides, who's going to call you at 7 p.m.? Isn't that a little bit weird? Like, it's not business hours, so they're... I mean, they shouldn't be doing business. Unless they're calling me from California, where it would still be, like, close of business. It's like 5 p.m. there, so I'm like, no, I don't know. Inkachu, you clearly don't have a girlfriend because the idea that you would go to the gym with her is so laughable. Like she would want me there with her. One day when you're older, Inkachu, I'll tell you why. And just trust me on this. The gym is not where you go to meet a girlfriend either. They are not there to get picked up on. That's the last thing any woman wants while she's at the gym, is to get picked up on by weird dudes. You got a few calls from Russia? Bro, you need to pick up the calls from Russia. The Russian girls are hot. Pick up the phone, and if it's a lady, just stay on the phone. I'm telling you, bro. Trust me on this one. You can't go wrong. You don't speak Russian? That's okay. Everybody outside the United States speaks English. So you'll be fine. You don't need to speak Russian. When I went to Germany, everybody spoke English. I didn't have to speak any German the whole time. It was great. And then when I did speak German, they just laughed at me because it was so bad. In fact, I tried to ask one person on the street in German where I could find the money exchange, and they stopped me and they said, "Don't worry, you can just ask me in English." Very unnecessary to learn other languages. I don't know what it is, but everybody's teaching them English out there. So you'll be all right. Don't you worry now. Don't you worry, child. There's some things you don't want to deal with in a relationship. I heard that. I heard that. There's pros and cons. There's always pros and cons. I think you got to do first things first, you know? First, you got to get the good job. Then comes the girlfriend. Because you get the girlfriend. You ain't got no job. It ain't going to last. Not a chance. There's order of operations, just like in math. King Julian. Rocking the single status. I'm a bit of an anomaly, I will admit. I got married when I was like 22 or something, which is admittedly pretty young. But wifey was gonna have to go back to Venezuela because her visa was gonna run out. And she had done like every visa you could do. So one day she was like, I'm gonna have to fly back to Venezuela. And I was like, what? Because we've been dating for a little while, less than a year though. And I was like, seriously? And she's like, yeah, my visa's gonna run out. That's it. And I was like, dang, that's lame. I was like, do you want to go back to Venezuela? She's like, no, I haven't been there in like over a decade. It's totally changed. And, you know, the government's all crazy and like they shredded the middle class and everybody I know has left and fled to other countries. And I was like, that sounds pretty bad. So yeah, I told her I'd marry her. But I was broke and I didn't have a dime to spend on it. And I know it's expensive to do that whole process. So I told her, look, you got to get the money from your family or whatever, but I will marry you. Best decision I ever made. But I had known her for less than a year at that point. Woo! Hard to marry someone you haven't known that long. A lot of growing pains. That's all right, though. We've seen the alpha spupa quite a few times. Doesn't seem like it's that rare. Yeah, you may have been a baby, Inkachu. That's true. Yeah, Inkachu, I proposed. No jewelry, no ring. And then by the time we got married, I wasn't quite as broke. And we did do a ring set. So we did the... Usually when you do a wedding ring, it's a set. So you have a band, which you wear for like daily wear. This is for the woman. So you get a band, which is for daily wear. And then you have like a fancy ring with a rock on it. That's for like occasions. Because you don't wear your fancy ring with the rock on it like everywhere you go. Because you could break it or lose it. The gemstones fall out. You know, all kinds of stuff happens. So you keep your ring safe at home. And then you wear it for occasions. And then you have your band on most of the time. So we did the band. And the stone ring was an emerald because she wanted an emerald. And I was like, you know what? Save me some money. That's fine. She likes what she likes. And I actually don't wear any jewelry of any kind. And I never have and I never will. So she never got me a band. Because we only had money for 2 rings. So I thought, well, I should get her the proper set. It's not as important to me. Now, I'm 99% sure she has lost both of those rings. Because I haven't seen them in years. But I don't know. She's probably got them tucked away somewhere that she doesn't even know where they are. But no, we're not huge into jewelry. She doesn't wear a lot of jewelry. She just has one very simple gold necklace, which she actually broke, and I told her she needs to take it to the jeweler and get it fixed. Take it to the jeweler. She wears it in the shower and in bed. I was like, you're going to break it eventually. It got tangled in her hair and got broke. And And then I actually found a gold link from her necklace, which is like super, super, super tiny. And then I was like, what is this? And I was trying like so hard to pick it up, and I finally picked it up, and I was like, oh my god, it's gold! Gold! There's gold in them hills! So yeah, I don't know. Hopefully she took it to the jeweler, because it's really easy to lose little stuff like that. And her poor necklace was broken 2 pieces. She's had that necklace on like every day pretty much since I've known her. It's like the most simple, like tiny, thin gold band. Or I don't know if it's a band, it's a chain link or whatever. You need to get out of your hometown, King Julian. Yeah. I mean, it's rough because the amount of money that I spent getting out of my hometown was rough. But like the amount of money that I've made since I got out of my hometown is like impossible to have ever made that amount of money and ever had anything near that amount of opportunity if I would have stayed in my hometown. Which, for whatever reason, my family will never ever agree with me on. And I'm like, you think that there's the same amount of opportunity and the same jobs in a 15,000 person town in Arkansas versus a major world-class city in California? It's not the same. And the amount of money that I make compared to how much they make proves it. But that's not an argument I have with them anymore, because they're just never going to change their mind on that. But, you know, some people say, I don't want to live in California. It's too expensive. I say, yeah, but I mean, there's poor people who live in California. I mean, they're poor, and they can afford to live there. So, I mean, clearly everybody makes more money, even the poor people. I'd rather have more and spend more than have less and spend less. I mean, that's obvious, right? So, but you just can't convince people, some people, of that logic. To them, spending more is spending more. They can't imagine having more than they already got, right? But, you know, I can't imagine it because I've had it. A lot of money to be made out there in the world, you guys. Gotta apply yourself. Stay laser focused on the money. But you know what they say? Money makes you funny. That's really not what they say. They say money makes people funny. But it can make you funny too. And not in the funny haha way. Some people are living to work. Some people are working to live. I'm a little surprised we haven't got any shiny. There's a lot of, whole lot of targets here that could shine. I think we'll get one though. Both sides of your family don't respect each other. See, the main thing with getting married is that you never, ever, ever bring both sides of your family in the same room. I think that's kind of like a common misconception, because you always see these movies and it's like, both of the families are at the wedding. I mean, truth be told, like, you're not gonna get both of your families to show up at your wedding, you know? Like, some people's family are poor, they won't travel. Some people's family don't like them, they won't come to the wedding. You know, like, there's a million reasons why you won't get, like, both of your families in the same room for any reason ever. Like, what, are you gonna, like, you think that one family is gonna show up at the other family's Christmas and like what, like go to their house? It's just not gonna happen, you know? And even if you have family over for Christmas at your house, you're not gonna have both families over at the same time. Unless you're rich and your house is like a mansion. So, no, it's like, it's never gonna happen. I visit with her family, she visits with my family. Her family has never met my family, and we've been married for like 15 years or something like that. They've never met each other, ever, once. For any reason. There's never been a reason. And if they did meet each other, it would be so boring. They have nothing in common. Her family's from Venezuela. My family are like very Americans. They would have literally nothing in common. Whoa. You know what's interesting? I haven't seen Hone Edge in ranked at all. I wonder if it's just like not good for it. Everyone's pretty much just using Mega Evolutions. That's why ranked is going to be so broken. Nobody's going to use any Pokemon that can't Mega Evolve. There's going to be no meta that isn't 3 Mega Evolutions. So it's going to get so boring quick because like eventually everyone's going to know like which Megas counter other Megas, and I mean, I don't know. I just don't get it with the whole ranked thing. It's not terrible. It's interesting. It's a step in an interesting direction, but like, what the heck was that? He did like an extra long animation. Did you guys see that? He did like a weird extra long animation. I had no control for like an extra 2 seconds when he exited the door there. That was weird. That was really weird. That was strange. It seemed like my controller disconnected. It was weird. Yeah, Inkachu, that's probably for the best, honestly. Your family are the only people in the world who have the ability to hurt you the worst. Think about it. It's true. And it's true for every single human alive. So, you know, at a certain point, you just kind of cut them off, keep them at arm's distance. Some people do. Some people really like their family, but, you know, at a certain point, you just put them, you know, over in the corner and only visit that corner, you know, very infrequently. I think that's pretty normal, though. I think that's normal for your immediate family, you know? Especially if they're terrible. Some people have terrible family. But, like, I will say you should talk to, like, your aunts and your uncles and your grandparents, because they're older and they may have stories that, you know, your parents aren't willing to tell you. This is the crazy thing, you know? Parents, they're always kind of, like, curating the experience to make themselves look perfect. But it's like, you go talk to your aunt, go talk to your uncle, go talk to, like, your grandparents, and they'll tell you what's really up. They'll tell you the real stories. They're like, oh, but did you know your mother did this one time? Yeah, it's like, wait, what? My mother? Holy. That's where you get the real story. That's where you get the truth. You know, you got to go check around with the family that's willing to spill the tea. You know what I mean? Then you start to realize, like, wait a second. I think they weren't telling me the truth this whole time. They're sitting over here acting like they were perfect. I only got one side of the story. Yeah, Grandma told me some stories. I can't repeat those stories. Grandma told me some stories, but my aunt really told me some stories. Ooh. Boy, aunts can really spill the tea. Yeah, you gotta talk to some. That's good. I like that, Inkachu. You gotta talk to some. You gotta pick the good ones. All my family is crazy, but I still have a few that I'm like, okay, I gotta talk to Grandma before she dies. I try to talk to my aunt, but Lord have mercy on her. She knows how to make everybody in the world angry. She knows exactly how to do it. And even when you get on and, you know, try not to, she'll still find a way to make you angry. I thought that thing was shiny. I don't know why. Every time I talk to my aunt, she's fighting with her husband. Every time. I'm like, how do you always manage to be in an argument with this man? While you're on the phone. Like, how can you be in an argument with somebody else while you're on the phone with somebody else? It takes a real talent to be able to carry on, you know, 2 different conversations. Your family lives in Honduras? Oh, they always ask for money? That's the worst. Yeah, my wife's family does that to her. Yeah. There's not much you can do about that, you know. Aside from what everyone does, which is just don't talk to them. I mean, that's all. What are you gonna do? I have the same thing with my aunt and her husband, who are always arguing. Always asking me for money. Of course, I just ignore it. I don't even answer. If you ask me for money, I will not even look at you. It's the one thing I will never, ever give you. And if you ask me for it, I won't even look at you. I won't even answer you. I won't even respond to you. I'll never call you back. Not when you're a grown man who has no job. And refuses to get one. Oh, shiny. There it is. We got it. Yo, there it is. We got it, you guys. We got it. Hold on, let me knock this snake out. Who's bugging me? Get out of here. Okay, there it is, you guys. Shiny. It's my target, too. I'm so happy we actually got the target. Hold on, let me save it before I go and mess. Oh, I can't save it. Why? Get out of here. Ghastly, stop it. Don't touch my shiny. Okay, let me save this thing. Okay, let's have a look at it. There she be. Shiny SPINARAK sitting on the wall. All the other ones are not shiny. But this one is shiny. Okay, we gotta reset it. This is a very important part of the process. Check this out, you guys. It's gonna move. Oh wait, it didn't move. It didn't move. It's still in the same spot. Are they all the same? Hold on. The alpha was next to it. Maybe it just randomly went to the same spot. The alpha was next to it. Whoa, the alpha is still there. How is the alpha? It should be resetting the alpha. Okay, Bunzy said that when I do this and reset it, it would move. Somebody's targeting me. Bunzy said that it would move. But I'm not seeing it move. And the alpha's not changing either, which is really weird. Why is the alpha not changing? That alpha should not still be there. Wow, Bunzy said it would move, but it didn't move. Okay, what should I catch it in? Should we catch it in netball? I don't think I even have a netball. Let's catch it in the Lux. Lux is a good ball for a shiny. Well, there you have it. There we go. We got the shiny, you guys. I actually don't even know what my next shiny hunt is gonna be. Okay, I like catching the alphas because they drop items, but it's not as good as it was in Pokemon Legends Arceus. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, you could actually like trade in all your alphas and they would give you really good items. So it was worth it to catch every single alpha that you see, because then you could just trade them in and get rich, you know. I never did do a shiny hunt at Wild Zone 3. If I was gonna hunt it, I mean, I could get Pikachu, Go-Go. Shiny Gibble's not a bad idea, but there's a special way you have to do the setup for it. And to be honest, I'm not like I'm not super sharp on how it goes. Maybe I'll just hunt for shiny Ghastly. I could get one. If I was gonna go for Ghastly, I think I would just run straight to the back for the maximum amount of Ghastly spawns. I'm eating their Arizona iced tea gummies. They're so good. What do you guys think? Just run straight to the back? Get shiny Machop. Does that one spawn in the same place Gibble does? Yeah, I think that's right? I think I'll do Gibble next. There's a way to set up the shiny hunt. It's weird though. You gotta make this alpha Pokemon use dig and dig its way out of the wild zone. It's actually so weird. If you get Gibble, name it Baby Shark. Okay, I will. Now, wait a second, you guys. If I get shiny Gibble, I'm pretty sure I can't evolve it, right? Or do I need to get 2 shiny Gibbles? For shiny Living Dex? Because I think I can get Garchomp in its evolved form, right? Isn't there like a static alpha for it or something? Okay, I don't actually know where my shiny Spinarak went. Oh, it's in my party. Timid nature. Timid nature. Name it Spider-Man? Yeah, should I name my shiny Living Dex spawns? I don't know. I'm usually not that into naming my Pokemon, but I'm not totally against it. Oh dear. Oh, he's following me. There's a spider chasing me! Ah! That would be pretty wild. So I can get fully evolved. Like I'll be able to shiny hunt for Garchomp. Like as an actual target. The spider spawns are starting to come back. My thing with Gibble is there's like Gibble spawns on top of buildings. I don't see why people go for the Gibble that spawns underground. I'm gonna look and see if there's a better way to shiny hunt it with a bench. Because I know there's a Gibble spawn on top of the roof. So I'm like, why don't people just shiny hunt that one? I don't know. So after you beat the game, do you have a chance to see Garchomp? Like in Route 20? Or is it like there's an actual Garchomp spawn that you can target? Yeah, the Route 20 spot, I'm not interested in. It's not a shiny hunt if you have no target. Because that Route 20 thing, I mean, how often are you actually going to see Garchomp? But if I have to catch 3 Gibbles, that's going to be wild. I don't know about that. Watch out for the team of Pyroar. They all use Earth Power at once? Okay. I will be on the watch out for that. Thank you. A team of Pyroar could be dangerous. Well, tonight we got 2 shiny Pokemon so far. Shiny SPINARAK. Finally decided to show up. As well as shiny Kakuna. Which is great because I actually needed another Kakuna for shiny Living Dex. How to get Magikarp glitch to work? Sean, I don't know. I haven't even heard of it. But now I'm wondering. A video about a Magikarp glitch? What was the glitch? The Magikarp shiny farm? It's not a glitch. What are you talking about? There's no glitch. The video wasn't about a glitch. I mean, all I did in that video was just spam fly Route 2. That's all I did. I just spam fly Route 2. Hey, what's up, Kadaj? Hunting today for SPINARAK, but I got it. So now hunting for an extra shiny Ghastly if I can get one. But we got phase 1 shiny Kakuna, which is funny because I just got done hunting Kakuna. So it's kind of funny to get it as a phase. Shiny Kakuna, I got about 5 minutes into the stream, like right when I got started. I got one, so that was kind of crazy. And then we did just get the SPINARAK maybe about 5 minutes ago as well. So SPINARAK is done. Now trying to get a Ghastly. But yeah, the shiny Magikarp farm, that thing was so easy. I was just spam flying. What's going on here? He's chasing me? Jeez. Shiny Eakins would work. I would take shiny Eakins. But yeah, now I'm just running through, checking to see if there's any shiny Ghastlies. And at night, there's shiny checks for Honedge, which is nice. I would love to get a shiny Honedge. I'm not sure exactly what I would need to do to get a Honedge. I don't know if there's any kind of special technique I could do to get more of them spawning or something. There's not really anything like that in this game that I've seen anyway. The glitch that makes the Gibble spawn permanently, that one's pretty interesting. That one is a real glitch. Like, it doesn't make sense why it works and why it makes Gibble spawn. That part I still don't understand, like why it actually makes Gibble spawn, because you don't do any interactions with a Gibble to make it work. You do an interaction with an alpha Drillbur, and because the alpha is a little bit higher level, it knows dig, and then the alpha can use dig on you and actually get outside of the wild zone by using dig on you, which is crazy when you think about it. If that made no sense at all, I'll demonstrate it once I do the Gibble hunt, because I'm probably gonna do this whole hunt myself as well. But I'm kind of convinced that if there's like a Gibble on top of a you know, building with a bench next to it, I'll probably do that. Hey, shout out to King Julian. Yeah, I got 2 shinies. I got the shiny SPINARAK a few minutes ago, and I got shiny Kakuna at the beginning of the stream. Super random Kakuna. Just came out of nowhere. Thank you, Kadaj, for your cheer. All stats are boosted. Full heal for the whole team. My shiny SPINARAK needs it. It's level 9. Trying to get the shiny charm. Yeah, King Julian, I really need to spend some time focusing on that. I've got some more shiny charm research I need to do. You're at 600? What does that mean? 600 what? I feel like I'm pretty close on mine. Oh, 600 battles? Yeah, I'm at 925. I'm gonna get it just from doing the story, so I stopped doing restaurant battles because I'm probably gonna get to it just by doing the story now. So yeah, I quit doing the restaurant battles, which is nice because they're so boring. It was good money though. While I was doing it, it was very good money. Yeah, the ones I've done from progressing the story have just been the nighttime battles when you get your challenger ticket, and I haven't really gotten a crazy amount of battles from that, but I know I'm gonna get enough before I finish the game. And if I have to do maybe a little bit of restaurants at the very end, that's fine, but I don't want to overdo it on the restaurants now and then end up going over the 1,000 before I finish the game, because it just seems like a waste of time to do that much in the restaurants when it's already pretty grindy and I don't want to. Yeah, I like the battle zones, but they're just not as fast as the restaurants in terms of getting your battles done. You do make a lot of money, though, I will say. If you do it right. Like, if you're battling at Restaurant Lana, you'll get a little bit of money, and you can get pretty rich off of that. But if you're battling at Restaurant Leia, you can get pretty rich. But you have to have strong enough Pokemon to complete the battle. And ideally get one-hit kills, which is why Lana is the fastest. Because there's only 2 Pokemon per battle, and you can easily get one-hit kills on them. But I actually recommend to go to Leia, because you'll get richer. And if you're going to spend the time doing, you know, the restaurants, you may as well get rich by the end of it. Unless you're already rich, I guess it doesn't matter then, but... yeah, that's what I found to be the most efficient. And actually, you get good levels. Your Pokemon get enough XP to get good levels, too. Okay, now that it's night, we're hunting for Honedge. Which there will be some here and there. You need another me? Can you make him a champ me? Make a me of Machamp, and if you can't do Machamp, do Machoke with the huge heavyweight belt. There's one Pokemon me, which is Team Rocket. Nice. You gotta have Jesse and James. How can you have one me for Team Rocket? Jesse. James. It's a regular Team Rocket grunt. Nice. I like it. Maybe you should make Naveen from the story. Since he's like the only interesting character. I'm getting like one hone edge spawn. A few more would be nice. Okay, another celebrity. You didn't even do Ariana, did you? I bet he didn't even do Ariana. You gotta do the high ponytail. That's how you know it's Ariana. Yeah, if the Mii won't let you do the high ponytail, then I mean maybe it'll let you do at least a ponytail. Even if it's not the high ponytail. And then I'm not sure exactly which outfit would be like iconic for her. Okay, let's take a little itty bitty miniature break, you guys. Stand up. Stretch your legs. Alright, do the wiggles. Wiggle. Very important to wiggle. Let's see. I thought my cats were in here with me. Let me go check on them, see what they're doing. Okay, I'll be right back, you guys. Get a water, get a snack, do whatever you gotta do. We'll take a 1-minute break. All right, you guys, we're back. I gotta check on wifey. She went to a new gym. Oh, hang on, you guys. I gotta take the garbage out. Hang on, just a sec. I'll be back. One more 1-minute break. Okay, we're good. Oh, you're gonna do Billie Eilish? Yeah, do it. You gotta make her wear like super ugly, like down to her ankles, like skateboarder shorts. And then she's gotta have like an 8-year-old boy's haircut. And then like she's gotta have like the baggiest shirt that's like actually as long as her shorts. So you may not even be able to see the shorts because the shirt is so darn long. And then you'll have the perfect Billie Eilish. She doesn't have like any one recognizable outfit, does she? Also, what's the deal with her brother? Like, have you watched her music videos? Are they like in love or something? She has done some weird music videos with her brother. I don't know. Yo, have you watched her music videos? Yeah, Julian, make some random characters and celebrity me's. I like the celebrity me's, actually. It's funny, like, when they're actually recognizable and you can tell who they are, but, like, some celebrities don't have, like, a recognizable... Like, Billie Eilish, like, what outfit would you put her in that people would be like, oh, that's Billie Eilish, you know? It's not like the me's are, like, super recognizable. Yeah, celebrity me's for Smash Bros. Now I want to see your me's. How do I don't even know if there's a way if I could see them. What do you guys think? Should I keep it nighttime? It didn't matter when it was the SPINARAK hunt, but now the nighttime hunt's gonna be for the best. Your worst me is Bill Nye? It's probably the best one. I'm worried about Kadaj. I feel like Kadaj just answered a question that I asked like 40 minutes ago. Kadaj might not be watching live. Very worried for Kadaj right now. Kadaj, can you hear my voice? I'm very concerned. Hey, what's up, Tricky Things? Hey, good to see you. Yo, we got our shiny target, which was shiny SPINARAK. So SPINARAK got him knocked out. It wasn't alpha. I did want the alpha, but that's alright. We also got a random shiny Kakuna from this Kakuna spawn right here behind me. Totally random. That was kind of crazy. So now I'm just trying to come up on the third shiny of the stream and hoping for a little shiny Ghastly Or even if I got the most incredible luck of all time, a shiny Hone Edge, that would be phenomenal. Oh, yeah, that's right. Ariana Grande was in Wicked. Yes, yes, yes. Her performance in Wicked was so top tier. She played the character that she was supposed to play perfectly. Her acting was great. Because sometimes, like, a lot of, you know, a lot of people don't cross over well. Like, John Travolta did an album. Okay? Back in the 70s. Or I don't even know what year it was, honestly. I wasn't born. But, you know, some crossovers just don't work really well. You know, the singers can't be good actors. The actors can't be good singers. But Ariana did great. Wicked was really well done, by the way. Anybody out there watch Wicked? I never got to see the play. I had tickets to go see the play through a family member. And remember earlier I said family are toxic and crazy and to be avoided at all costs? Yeah, I was supposed to go with my family member, my cousin, and then at the last second she wanted to take one of her friends. And I was like, dude, I didn't even ask you to go. Like, that's fine. I would have been totally fine with it. But instead of just telling me, like, hey, I want to take one of my friends and I no longer want to give you free tickets at the last second, she decided to, like, insult me and have, like, a huge fight with me over literally nothing, just so she could have the excuse of telling me she's not giving me the tickets. And I was like, dude, you could have just told me you weren't giving me the tickets. They were already free. I wouldn't have been mad about it. But, like, now I'm definitely going to be mad about it. Because you picked, like, a fake fight. Some people are, like, manipulative and schemers. It's crazy. But yeah, I was supposed to go see Wicked in play. While it was, like, a big deal, too. Like some of the earlier performances. I mean, now they're, you know, they do it a lot and it's great. But, you know, it would have been great to see it at that time. When it was, like, you know, doing his first couple of runs. But yeah, then I just totally forgot about it. Right? Never thought another second thought about Wicked. You know, I heard about it. I heard it was big. I heard it was good. It's not like I go watch a lot of plays, right? So, whatever. Never thought about it again. But yeah, then the movie came out. And I was like, dang, that must have been a good play if they made a movie. Because they don't make a lot of movies out of plays, you know. And oh my goodness, that movie blew my freaking mind. Like, I have not seen a movie that good in so long. And I was like, wait a second. And there's like Ariana Grande is not an actress. I mean, she is now, obviously. But I mean, to pull off something that good with that good of a script. And then they did a crossover from a really popular, you know, music star. And she actually did a great job and did great acting. Like, it was like the perfect package. They pulled it all together. It was so incredible. If you have not seen Wicked, I highly recommend it. There have not been very many truly great movies, you know, in the last decade. And that's definitely one of them. In the last 2 decades, in the last 3 decades. I mean, it's been bad. Truly great movies. Any shinies today? Hey, what's up, Amal? We got shiny Kakuna phase 1. Totally random, totally weird. I got it on a tree outside. It doesn't even spawn in this area. It was out behind me. And then we also got shiny SPINARAK. Nora, you guys, my cat came to say hi. Hello, Nora. I got the shiny Kakuna on this tree right here. Whoa! 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 Oh! No! The tree again. Wait, why did it sparkle so many times though? I heard the sparkle multiple times. Is there something shiny in here? It did the shiny 3 times. Yo! Oh, hang on. I gotta save it. Oh, wow, you guys, the tree gives up another shiny. I know, I swear I heard two. It did this sparkle sound 3 times. Maybe there's like a bird over here or something. I don't think there is, though. Why did I hear it 3 times? Okay, I gotta catch this thing. What should we catch it in? Should we put it in the Lux? Always put it in the Lux. I've been on the border and heard the shiny sound twice before, but not 3. Not 3. 3 shiny sounds. I wonder if it has something to do with the tree. Because the tree has all these branches, and maybe there was some visual, like it was blocked behind a branch of the tree, and then it decided to trigger it again because it was thinking, now you're seeing it? I don't even know. I definitely heard 3. Let's just take a look. I don't think there's anything shiny in here. Let's just take a real super cautious run around. I'll go back through the area and see if it sparkles again. It shouldn't, because it should have just been that one. Yeah, I think it's really just the one. I mean, unless I'm going crazy. I did hear it 3 times, right? Okay, I didn't even run the area. Oh wait, so now we have shiny Weedle, shiny Kakuna, and shiny Beedrill. It's another full shiny family, you guys. We've completed another shiny family tonight for shiny living decks. All right, so oh, it's in my party. What am I thinking? It's right there. It's in my party. Shiny Weedle. We finished it. Shiny living decks. For Weedle, Kakuna, and Caterpie. It's done. So, pretty cool. A little bit of early game shiny hunting, messing around, getting, just getting some bugs. Getting some Pokedex entries out of the way. We got high spawn rate, so just taking full advantage of it. I don't even have shiny charm. You love to see it. Dude, look, a new day is dawning. I swear, it barely lasts. The nighttime is so much shorter than the day. And you have to let it dawn. You can't like skip it. Like once you get to this point, it would take longer to skip the day than it would to just let it reset. Okay, we do get new spawns. Whoa, a Koba berry. That was new. I just picked up a Koba berry off the ground. I've literally never seen that in any Pokemon game before. But it was a new item for me, as well as for my game. It marked it as new. Was the spider on the building? Yeah, it was. But Amal, when I tried to reset it and move it to different positions like Bunzi said it would do, it didn't move to different positions. And then a couple of times I got the exact same Pokemon around it. Like if you go back and watch it, there was like the shiny here, and then there was an alpha here, and I reset it like 3 times, and the alpha was here like 3 times. And I was like, either that's the weirdest coincidence ever, or like, I don't know what. But Bunzi said that it would move to a different position, and it didn't. It never did move to a different position for me. But yeah, I was on the building. I would have been okay if it was on the grave too. The building is cool because they're like all there. But I would have been just as happy with the grave too, just because the grave is just so weird that it spawns there. They did a good job on that. I like it. I can vouch about the same Hawlucha spawn alpha 6 times in a row. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I was thinking it's got to be just some coincidence. You know, like there is such a thing as coincidences, right? Like incredibly strange coincidences. I mean, they happen every day. Some people call them miracles. I think if you're gonna call it a miracle, it has to be a really profound, you know, coincidence, for lack of a better word. But did you guys know that the Pope actually has to sign off if something was a real miracle? And the Vatican had to make a statement this past like year or so that said to all the cardinals and all the priests and all the dudes out there and all their different, you know, roles, you know, outside of Rome. And they were like, look, guys, cool it with the miracles. Like, you're not allowed to just say this, that, and the other thing is a miracle. And for it to be a miracle, like, it has to go through us first, you know? So, like, send us the evidence and we'll review it. And if it's a miracle, then we'll let you know, right? But apparently there was a whole bunch of influencers on YouTube. They were making, like, miracle videos. And, you know, maybe not on YouTube, but just influencers in general or whatever. Come on, what is this? I'm not gonna fight you, dude. But yeah, they basically had to release a statement about it because it was getting so bad with them, like, doing fake miracles, basically. Or, like, doing so many miracles. I don't know. The fact that they had to make a statement, I was like, guys, that's pretty wild. I can't believe we got the shiny Weedle. I got 3 shinies on this stream. It does feel better than full odds, but when you consider how many Pokemon are spawning, I guess that's really the key. I know, I went over there to show them all that the tree got me the shiny, and then there was another shiny on it. I mean, I am resetting that tree a lot, but it's only 2 spawns. That's why I'm saying, like, full odds. Like, are you sure? I've done full odds before. I mean, I've had some rough shiny hunts. Kakuna was rough this last one. The one that I was actually hunting, not the one that I got earlier today. But I mean, I don't know. Some of these hunts, I'm like, no way. Like, I only reset that Weedle. I mean, what, like a few hundred times at most? And you're telling me it's 1 in 4,096? I mean, sure, I believe in, like, good luck. I've had tons of good luck, but I don't know. What it makes me wonder is if there's rolls. Because you guys remember in Pokemon Sword and Shield, the whole shiny system was, like, based on rolls, and you would get extra rolls. And extra rolls is great. It's just more chances for the same Pokemon to be shiny. And I do wonder if there's some kind of extra roll system that is not disclosed and not understood yet, right? I don't know, because it's a little bit better than full odds. Get him, SPINARAK! Yeah, easier to get the shiny Pokemon you're not hunting for. That's definitely true. That's just the nature of, you know, the number of spawns. Also, I mean, generally you're not going to be hunting for, like, Patrat. But, like, look how many Patrat spawns there are. But, like, what you would probably want to hunt is Honedge, and, like, there's fewer Honedge, so it kind of feels like the stuff you want to target, there's always less of, and the stuff that you keep on getting shiny is, like, the stuff you don't care about that there's always more of. Which is probably good for, like, balancing in general. But it probably plays into, like, why you know, you always get the shiny you're not targeting, because there's always more of the Pokemon that you wouldn't want. And the ones you do want are usually like a couple of spawns. Do I collect Pokemon cards? Yeah, I have a very, very small Pokemon card collection. I've got a Jungle Hollow Snorlax that's mint 9 graded. It's like the 1998 or whatever, like the Gen 1 Snorlax. Mint Hollow 9. That was given to me by a fan during my very brief PO box phase. I've also got a mint 9 what's it called, the holiday Pikachu, the special delivery Pikachu. That one's graded as a pack, so it's not graded as a single card because it's still in the original cellophane, so they graded it as a pack. And then I've also got special delivery Charizard, which I don't think is worth as much as the special delivery Pikachu. That one's actually, I think I still have to send that one off for grading, I'm pretty sure. And then I've also, these are all promo cards that you get from the Pokemon Center, aside from the Snorlax. And then I've also got the Terapagos, and it's another promo card pack. It's 2 cards. It's Terapagos and something else. And I'm gonna send that one and my my Charizard off for grading. I just haven't bothered yet. I've been too lazy to do it. But yeah, that's my extremely small, meager card collection. I also have some cards that people sent me. I have some cards that people sent me in my PO box series. The PO box series was fun, but I had a lot of really strange things happen due to the PO box. Like, I had one, this was the strangest one. I had this parent of like a younger kid, and the kid wanted to mail me all their Pokemon cards. Like almost all of them, like a ton of them. But apparently, like, and then they wrote me like a 3-page letter, like the longest, like 3-page, like so much letter that the world has ever seen. And it was written by an actual kid, like, that could write, right? So, like, it's very not, like, you can't make any sense of it. So they write me this 3-page letter. They send me all their Pokemon cards. I'm like, okay. Like, thanks for all the cards. And I read, you know, I do the videos and I would read, like, some of the letter, but it was too long. I wasn't going to read the whole thing, and it didn't make sense. And I didn't want to make them, like, feel bad, like, reading it out loud. Sometimes when you hear it back, you're like, oh, I made this mistake, I made that mistake. So I was like, I'm not going to read this whole thing. And plus, it was too long. It would make the video too long, right? Okay, so I read some of the letter. I say, thank you so much. Thanks for the cards. So then I get a comment on the video. And it's like, Jonno, this is so-and-so's parent. You know, they... Oh, no. It was from the kid. Like, the kid's watching it. He writes on the comment. He's like, I wanted you to sign this card and sign that card. And then, you know, something else. And then, like, mail the cards back to me. And I was like, what? But I didn't understand it. Because, like, you know, I read the comment. I'm like... You know, who knows if that's even really the person. Maybe they just want all those free cards. Maybe there was a good card there and they're just trying to trick me into mailing them some cards, you know. Who knows, right? So they leave this comment, right? So I don't think anything of it. But I see all my comments. I read all my comments. I respond to all my comments. And you guys know that about me. I read, respond. It's a big part of my process. But I heart all the comments. If you guys are on the channel a lot, you probably got hearts on your comments from me. Okay, so some time goes by, and then, like, the parent actually reaches out to me through, like, a DM on Facebook, right? And they're like, Jonno, my kid wanted you to, like, sign those cards and like mail them back. And I was like, you have got to be kidding me. Like, you are a grown adult and you thought it would be a good idea to take your kid's entire Pokemon collection, which is very important to them, and then mail them all to a YouTuber who you have never met, although I'm very nice, I admit. Like, the cards that are very important to your kid that they're gonna cry and give you a hard time on if they lose, and you thought, I'm gonna put them all in the mail and trust the United States Postal Service and just hope that this dude will sit there and sign all these cards and mail them back. Like, you're an adult who has children and you thought that was the greatest way to go. Like, I understand the child thought that was the way to go because children think, you know, things that don't make sense sometimes. But like, the adult, you thought that was a good idea? Like, it was the craziest thing. And like, I'm describing it now, and this is just a couple of minutes of me describing it, but like, this actual process went on for months of like this kid trying to contact me and commenting on every single video and like having a mental breakdown over it. And then the parent finally like reaching out and, you know, going through a lot of lengths to like get into my DMs and like try to explain it to me. And I was like, guys, like, this is ridiculous, and you want me to spend my own money to now mail you all your cards back? Like, can you imagine if every single person who sent me something on my, you know, PO box like demanded that I send something back? I wouldn't be able to afford all the shipping fees. I mean, that's the whole point of the PO box. It's like, if you want to give me things, that's on you, and then I'll open them on the video. But like, it's not about I give you things. It was crazy. It was the craziest thing. I was like, you guys have got this whole PO box thing like totally backwards. Like, if you, like, everybody else sent me cards and said, Jonno, I want you to have these cards, keep these cards forever. And I still got them. I had to go buy a big card book to put them all in, right? And I don't even know if they're any good. But like, this one person, I'm telling you though, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. My mouth's all dry. The apple does not fall far from the tree. Say it 10 times fast. Because like, the fact that the kid wanted to do it and they thought that was normal, sure, I get that. That's fine. Kids have bad ideas all the time. It's a terrible idea. But the parent was like, yeah, I'm with you. This is great. This is the right move. Let's go. Let's go to the post office right now. You got all your cards? Okay, throw them in this box. I mean, it was crazy. It was crazy. It was one of the craziest things. And the lengths that they went to like get me to send them back. And of course I did send them back. I mean, I'm not heartless. And I'm not broke. I mean, it's not like I can't afford it. It's just one, you know, one trip to the post office. Of course I sent them back. But I was like, yo, like, y'all can lose my PO box address, seriously. Like, please do not send me anything ever again. No, I didn't actually say that, but I was definitely thinking it because, like, dude, it was just so bad. Yeah, I sent him back. When he finally explained it, it wasn't totally unreasonable. I don't even know. The story is actually crazier than I'm even remembering it. Like, I remember they had put like $1 and some change, like the most crumpled up dollar that you have ever seen. Like, this kid was probably given that dollar for like a chore that he did like 2 years prior, and he had kept it in like a sock ever since then. I mean, like, I don't even know what this dollar had seen. And there was like $1 and like the stickiest change you ever saw. And like I think they intended for me to just mail back like a couple of cards signed and keep the rest. And the crumpled up dollar was for the postage or something. But like, it was just so unclear. Like, it was just such a... Anyway. I didn't end up doing the P.O. Box series for very long. I got some very interesting stuff via the P.O. Box, including the Snorlax card. From one of my super fans at the time. I had one really awesome fan. It was a mom and her daughter in the UK. And the daughter was like a spoof master. She was like, she had more Pokemon than me. She had more Stardust than me. Like, her and her daughter would just go off and just spoof like all over the world. And they loved watching my channel. They were like the biggest fans. And, yeah, they were great. They sent me one of the nicest letters I ever got. And for Christmas, they bought me the Holo Snorlax. Which at the time, I didn't even understand what a great gift that was. And I was like, oh, that's so nice. Like now, I'm like, oh my god. I cannot believe they actually gave me that. It's the nicest gift I ever got through my P.O. Box. They're the sweetest. Every once in a while, they'll stop by and say hi. Her daughter's like way older now. She was like 6 or 7 or something. I mean, she's so young and she had like millions of Stardust. She's like maxed out level. Just like absolute spoof master. Knew like all the spots in Japan to go and catch like, you know, like and grind dust and stuff like when you're bored and you had nothing better to do. I was like, oh my god. But that was their thing. That was what they were into, you know. They geeked out on it. And I think they went to Roblox after Pokemon Go got lame and they ruined all the trackers where you could find rare Pokemon. But yeah, that's fun. No, it wasn't NATO Mom. I never even knew NATO Mom had a daughter. Or I don't know if she has a daughter. No, they weren't even like YouTubers or anything. They were just fans in the UK. I think she was mod of my channel for a while, but I honestly can't remember. If people don't stop by for more than a year, like, I don't remember your name. I'll remember the people and like the interactions I had, but I don't remember their screen name, you know. I think the only time I actually met NATO Mom was at the Philly Free Streets Festival. I'm pretty sure she was there. I was out there walking around with a couple of YouTubers doing the grind. That event was absolutely terrible, but it was one of the most fun events I went to in terms of just the crowd of like of players that came out was really nice. Amal can mod anytime he wants. But you guys can see my streams are not as large as they used to be. So I used to need a lot more mods because I would be a target for more harassment from people saying bad words in the chat and stuff like that. Like really bad words. But I don't know, people don't do that as much as they used to. Like I just don't see that happening as much as it used to. And then, like, not only people don't do it as much, but also YouTube blocks it better. So, like, YouTube does a good job of, you know, preventing it now, whereas they didn't do any job of preventing it before. Which is, like, I can't believe how much stuff they actually censor on YouTube. But then they wouldn't censor people saying, like, the most horrible words in live chats. It's like, you guys will censor every other thing. But then people can, you know, say terrible stuff in live chats and there's no way to like prevent it. And it was pretty consistent. Like you'd get it 4 or 5 times a day. So I'd have to have a lot of mods and people would be on it and help me with it. So it never actually made it to the chat, you know. But I don't know, it's not like that. Yeah, Inkachu. I don't know what happened. But something definitely happened. I'll probably never know what happened, but like something definitely happened. yeah. I have my speculations, but I don't have any evidence aside from things that I was told. And it's just hard to believe the things that people tell you when you met them on the internet and you've never seen their face and you only know them by a screen name. Very hard to believe. But, you know, there's always some truth in a lie. And based on what I was told, I don't know. I'm pretty sure that something happened. Now, I watch a lot of true crime, so the true crimer in me is like something bad happened, you know, but I don't know. I mean, maybe something just, who knows, but yeah. Yeah, Amal has seen the hidden hand of the YouTube mod team, which I still don't fully believe exists. It's basically like the CIA of YouTube, according to Amal. If you think I got a tinfoil hat on, Amal's is like 10 times bigger than mine. That's what she said. So, you know, it's, he says that there's a, I don't know, some kind of elite hit team on YouTube that will go out there and, you know, and just kill comments. But I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I definitely have seen it happen. I can attest. I've seen it happen, but you know, it's like when you see a UFO. It's like, what did I see? I don't really know what I saw. In some ways, it's unknowable. I'm sorry, I watched The Office recently. If you watch The Office, you'll be infected with "that's what she said" jokes for at least the next like year of your life. There's just no way to get around it. So it's the price you have to pay for going back and reliving the glory days of The Office. Now, the true test of a really good company is if all your coworkers send exclusively The Office gifts in your Teams chat, and their gifts are correctly timed, and they have the correct gif for every particular situation, and they're able to quickly find the correct Office gif no matter what situation is occurring in your Teams chat. When you find that team, you never ever let them go. I'm telling you, this is Jonno's words of wisdom. If you're not on that team now, just keep looking. You'll find it. They're out there. They're waiting for you. And one day, if you're lucky enough to find yourself on my team, I'll be there for you with Office gifts every single day. Sounds like heaven, you say? It's my own little slice of heaven every day in my Teams chat. You guys think I can actually get a ghastly? I don't know. I'm on the fence. There's a lot of ghastlies spawning. I feel like I'll probably get something else random. I wouldn't mind Alpha SPINARAK, although it'd be kind of useless at this point, but should I go heal my Pokemon? I'm being somewhat of a monster. Our work had to ban group chats because there was too much drama. What? Yeah, see, the thing is, you don't actually have, like group chats at work. I mean, the only reason you would have a group chat is if you're working on a group project. But you don't just have a chat, like, for chat. I mean, I only have one-on-one chats with, like, other individuals that I directly work with. And then I might have, like, one-on-one chats where, you know, we ended up adding one more person in, and then I've got a couple of one-off chats with people I already have chats with, but then I've got like a chat with them and their assistant, or them and... Oh wait, I gotta reset the night. You know, it's like me and somebody I work with and that person's assistant, you know. A three-way chat. That's it. I mean, that's normal. If you have a chat and everybody's just in there, oh my goodness, that, like... No. There's no point. I mean, unless you're all actively engaged in a project. But even then, you would do all of your communication through the project management software, and then you would still only chat with individuals for, you know, day-to-day stuff outside the project task, you know, log. No, yeah, I mean, that just makes no sense. It makes no sense on the surface. Why would you need to have everybody in the company in a massive chat like that? Now, the only time that the whole company gets together and chats, or even fragments of the company, is on the all-team meeting. But I mean, everybody's on their best behavior during the all-team meeting because, you know, CEO and management are on the call. So, you ain't gonna have no drama in the all-team meeting chat. Everybody minding their manners. No, I never seen it done like that. I've never seen a big old Teams chat just with like everybody on it. That's never happened at any company I work for. That just sounds like a bad idea. Sounds like a terrible idea. Little groups, yeah, people making clicks. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, the main thing is, like, anything that I ever put in my Teams chat, I assume that it could be read by the IT department and anybody who has the authority to ask the IT department to provide it to them. You know? So, like, I already kind of am like, wait, how did this actually spiral out of control? Like, but then I don't know. I mean, I'm paranoid like that. Whenever I get a computer issued from a company that I work for, the first thing I do is go look up all the programs that are running in the background, the ones that I don't recognize that are not part of the operating system and not part of any software that I need to do my job right. All the stuff that's operating in the background, and then I go look it up line by line. What does this exe program do? What does this exe program do? And I'm like, oh, here's the keystroke logger. Here's the camera spyware. You know, any work that any laptop that your work issues you can bet it's going to be bogged down with spyware. They're going to be looking through your camera, so don't be working naked. They're going to be listening to what goes through your microphone. Not like they're going to actively do it, but they're going to have the ability to, should they want to. Oh yeah, my last work computer was loaded up with all kinds of, like, it looked like cheap stuff too. That's what was weird. It looked like cheap stuff. It looked like they were like, how do I spy on my employees through our laptops? And then they were like, okay, but which one is the cheapest one? Like, it was called, I don't know, like Web Ninja or something dumb like that. I was like, y'all ain't even hiding this stuff good. But yeah, the Teams, like, that's the #1 place I would never post anything that I didn't want to be read by, like, upper management. Okay, this dude is chasing me. One got in trouble and decided to try and send a bunch of complaints and walk out. Oh no. Dude, why is it always the younger ones that want to, like, be heard before they leave? They're like, I'm out of here, but I just gotta tell you how I feel about it first, because I know you're all dying to know. Like, they gotta have their little moment. It's like in that movie, what was that movie? Where they were obsessed with the Funyuns. Oh my god. He's like, who's coming with me, man? I'm so bad with people's names and names of movies that like I just can't. I'll never get it. It had Dave Chappelle, and they were eating the Funyuns, and that's the only part of that movie's plot that I can say on YouTube. All right. And I can't even quote the line that I'm thinking of because it has expletives. Funny movie, by the way, if I could remember the name. It was called High Times? No, what was it? It was called... I don't know. Most of them quit or got let go. I mean, honestly, most people quit or get let go anyway. I mean, how long do you spend like more than 5 years at a job these days? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you said everybody in your company got quit or let go like every 3 years. I don't know. It's like revolving doors. People don't stay that long anymore. But, you know, when you're young, you're learning, you're making your mistakes. That comes with the territory. That's why I always say you gotta stay focused on your paper. Alright? That's because people get distracted. It's like when you go to school. What do you go to school to do? Learn. Oh yeah, Half Baked. Thank you, Amal. Yeah, it's called Half Baked. Great movie, by the way. Dave Chappelle, at his finest. No, you go to school. What do you go to school for? You go to school to learn, right? But what are most of the people at school doing? Not learning. They're breaking up into cliques and, you know, having drama and focusing on things that are not the reason why they're there. It's a bad life lesson. It teaches people that these institutions are here, but you don't have to worry about what they're here for. You can just go and do your melodramatic human drama, and that's worth your attention and that's worth your time. But the thing is, it's not worth your attention and it's not worth your time. You should stay focused on learning, and when you're at work, you should stay focused on your bread. Should be focused on your paper. If you're at work and you're wasting time on the same stuff that you wasted time on in school, it makes sense you're not going to last that long. Should be focused on making more money for whoever owns that company. That's how you get ahead. If you go into work every single day and say, how can I make more money for this company? And how can I get opportunities to make more money for this company? I guarantee you will get advancements. And even if you never find a way to make any more money for the company, as long as you talk that way, you will get advancements. But a lot of people don't know that. They go to work and talk about everything other than making more money for the company. Talk about every other thing. Well, and also, if you work at a company and they're not focused on their bread, and they're wasting their time on drama, and they're wasting their time on things other than making money, whoo, get out of there. I mean, unless it's like an NGO or like a nonprofit or something. I mean, even nonprofits make money, but still, they're, you know, you can be focused on other things. If you're focused on the mission, that's fine. But like, I mean, if it's a regular old company and like that company makes money and they're not, you know, laser focused on that, no, that's a red flag. That's a bad sign. You don't want to be at a company that's not about their bread, because they're not gonna have any money for you. That's for sure. They're gonna be a bunch of broke jokers. If they're not about their bread, then they won't have any bread. And I'm telling you that from experience. There are broke companies out there that will never, ever give you what you deserve. Broke companies. No broke jokers, though. That's the rule. No broke jokers. That goes for dating and for working. Always no broke jokers. But you can deal with joke brokers. Eh? Comedians. Oh yeah, we're making Celebrity Smash Bros. Mii's. Or at least Inkachu is, and we're providing good ideas for celebrity Mii's. And I'm encouraging Inkachu to have more female Mii's to even out his sausage party over there. So we need some female celebrity Mii's. Shout out to Wolfenite. I don't know what Live Aquatics going bankrupt means. Does that mean that they're gonna like put all their... It sounds like it's an equipment company that sells like aquatic stuff. I don't know. Are you gonna get a bunch of deals? It sounds like you're gonna get deals. I hope you're gonna get deals. You should do a Pokemon gym leader. Yeah, you got too many dude Mii's. You need some lady Mii's. Gotta show some respect for the ladies. Okay, I gotta clean up my beef jerky and everything else I got going over here. We live next to a forest, and every once in a while, we'll get wood roaches, which isn't the end of the world because they're tiny and they eat wood, so they're not here to eat your food. They're not like the kind of roaches that like are like terrible, like the German roaches, where it's like a really big deal if you get them. So ever since we moved here, yeah, every once in a while we'll see like a wood roach in the house, but we always find them dead. They're always dehydrated and dead. They can't find any food. They're looking for wood that has like rotten, you know, portions of it that they can eat, and they're looking for water, and they don't find what they're looking for, and they just get dehydrated and die in the corner. That's not the end of the world. But then recently I started finding some of the bigger ones, but not like a lot, but just like every once in a while. The big ones, ooh, very gross, very bad. Don't want to see any big roaches. But yeah, whenever I find them, they're dead, which is great. When you find them dead, that's good, because it means they didn't find anything that they were looking for to live, so they didn't continue their life cycle, and coming in your house was basically a death trap for them because they could not find a single thing to live. And I'm like, if you think about it, my house kind of is a death trap for bugs, because it's like you're not going to find any water, you're not going to find any food, you're never going to find it. The water for the cats is like so hard to get to. If you're a bug, such a tiny chance that you're ever going to find that water. Definitely not going to find their cat food, because there would just be no way to... It'd have to go like up and over like multiple layers of things to get there. And I know they can fly, but like it's just not going to happen. Nope, I always find them like dead on the carpet somewhere. Carpet has got to be like if you're a bug, carpet has got to be like the hardest thing to navigate, because it's like now my feet are getting stuck on everything, and it's like quicksand. It's like no matter which way I go, it's not gonna get any better, and I'm only gonna go like super slow, and like basically I'm expending all this energy, and like there's no water in the carpet, so like you're just gonna dehydrate and die in the carpet. It's like a terrible desert for a bug, I'm sure. You guys think about it, like bugs are so small and we're so big, right? Like if a bug was to think about like how big we are, the bug would be like, it's so big, it's like unimaginable. Like it's like phenomenally big, right? But then like a bug to like a microbe, a bug is like phenomenally big to like a microbe, you know? If the microbe was like to look at the bug would be like this planet size, you know, gigantic thing that it couldn't even like comprehend, right? So it makes you wonder, you know, is there something bigger than us? Is there something like way bigger? Like so big that we're like a little microbe living on it right now? Whoa. Is he after me? He's after me. Yeah, the blue whale. I mean, out there in space, you guys. In space. What if the universe just keeps going? And we're just like an atom-sized thing? And some even bigger thing? Like at the end of Men in Black. You guys, I rewatched Men in Black because I've been going and rewatching like all the old Alien movies to see if any of them are true. So far, they're all true. E.T. was a documentary. Okay, so I've been going back rewatching all the old Alien movies. Not like, you know, one after another, just casually, you know, here and there. I went back and did Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Very good movie, by the way. Had to do Men in Black, the classic. It wasn't as good as I thought it would be. I don't know why I thought it would be good at all. A lot of the stuff that I remember from Men in Black, I actually remember from Men in Black 2 and 3. And like the original was, it was almost like a low budget film. Like they didn't exactly know if it was going to do well or not. So it wasn't like fully resourced. And there's parts of it that were kind of hokey. Oh, shiny phalanx. Nice one, Bunsy. Yeah, Lady Gaga has some good songs. Her movie was really good. I'm off the deep end. If you watch that movie and you don't cry, then you have got like ice in your veins. Watch as I dive in. I mean, you gotta have range to do that song. That is a crazy range song. Like, there's some songs that you don't understand their heart until you're singing them. Like the national anthem. Woo, that's a hard song. But yeah, Lady Gaga, she's got crazy range. Like, her songs are legitimately hard to sing. Like, if you don't have the range, you can't sing that song. You gotta sit down. Yeah, I tried to get him to do Ariana Grande, but I don't think there's a good high ponytail haircut to make it work. If you don't do the high ponytail, there's no way to know it's Ariana. It's like Pink when she got rid of her pink hair. I'm like, wait, what? Wasn't that like your whole thing? Amal, did you see my ranked stream? Pretty much the Pokemon that everybody was running around with was like what the meta is. It was like Xerneas, Emboar, Metagross, Garchomp. It's crazy. It's just everybody using like the same Pokemon. Oh, sorry. Yeah, maybe I got the comments wrong. Okay, so you made Billie Eilish. Wait, you're gonna do Selena Gomez, but you didn't do my girl Ariana Grande. If you're gonna do Selena, then you gotta do Justin Bieber. Because literally the only reason she's famous is because of Justin Bieber. And then there's actually another girl who got famous by impersonating Selena Gomez. And all she ever did was dress exactly like Selena Gomez and do everything exactly like Selena Gomez. And she actually, said a bunch of Selena Gomez quotes. Like, she would tweet stuff that Selena Gomez had said and act like it was her own thing that she said. She was like a weird one. And then she ended up dating Justin Bieber. I watched this whole like pop star documentary about it. She was like trying to be mini Selena Gomez. It was crazy. Why so many Pat Rats though? I was seeing a lot of Embors last night, for sure. I think people are slowly starting to come around to it. I don't even know where you catch Embor. I've still got so many Pokedex entries I haven't done yet. Fix Nightbot? I don't even know, like, what would I have to do to fix it? I don't even know what's wrong with Nightbot. Nightbot always has got something going on. What's up with that? What's up with that? What's up with that? Oh, whoa. What's up with that? What's up with that? Look, you guys, all these graves get a paved road. All these graves are paved. Not this one. Look, this set of graves over here, they're not paved. They were like, sorry, we ran out of money. Your grave doesn't get paved. Look. There's graves over here. No pavement. This is the biggest plot hole I've ever seen in a Pokemon game. You're telling me... See, this makes sense because it just goes out to the trees. There's no graves. All the other graves get pavement. All the other graves are paved. But over there... Oh, wait, no. These ones are not paved as well. They were like, sorry, y'all. We ran out of money. And we can't pave your graves. You still have to pay for the grave space. But we're going to charge you a little bit less. Because there's no road to it. What the... They're like, you can have 2 bushes, but that's it. That was weird. I was like caught on the door. I can't believe that Weedle was shiny. Shiny Weedle does like... It doesn't look as gold as I think it has in other games. Maybe I'm just tripping, but... Am I tripping? I don't know. I gotta put him away. He's not strong enough to go in here. Alpha Snake over there. Should I keep it night? I think I'm gonna keep it night. It's snowing outside, Bunzy. Are you serious? I wonder if they'll do any other weather in the game. Like, there's no snowfall, you know? Bunzy, I found shiny Kakuna phase 1. I found shiny Spinarak. So I basically only went to phase 1. And then after I found Spinarak, now I'm just kind of hunting whatever wants to spawn. And I got the Weedle up in the tree. So today I got Kakuna, Spinarak, and Weedle. I feel like a bug trainer. I got my bug trainer bona fides today. Right? Inkachu, maybe you could do, I think if you do Justin Bieber, you either have to do gangster Justin Bieber, because it's like the funniest part of his journey. And I can't believe his PR people let him do that. They let him go so white boy gangsters. Like, why? Like, who told you that was a good idea? Who? He should have just stayed with Selena and played the good boy. But the other option is you can do like Angel Boy Christian Justin Bieber, because you know he did that Christian album and tried to turn his image around and get his fans back. So you could do him in like all white, like white pants, white shirt, and just you know, do like platinum blonde or whatever. Just make him look like a little angel. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, just go watch his Christian music videos. I don't know if he was trying to break into the Christian music scene, because there actually is a really large Christian music scene. I don't know if he was trying to switch genres. I don't know if he was just trying to get right in his own mind and, you know, do it through the music. Like, I don't know what that was about, but he made a whole Christian album, which is like fine, like go and do it, you know. It was actually really good. It was fantastic, actually. Some of the best, you know, Christian music that came out. I don't know if they played it that much on the Christian stations though, like K-Love or Air One or some of them out there. I'm not sure. Maybe they did. But I don't know if he exactly like broke into the industry, because I don't know. I think if you're like a Christian parent out there and you're like, oh, Justin Bieber wants to make a Christian album, it's like, I don't know, maybe there's a little bit of trust issues there. Like, yeah, maybe he wants to make a Christian album now, but like, will, you know, like, what's the next album gonna be? So I don't know if he was exactly able to break into that market as much as he thought he might be able to. Because, you know, you're up against some pretty stiff competition. Like people who actually run churches and have like huge, you know, worship and, you know, gospel bands and stuff that have like multi-platinum albums. I mean, I get it, you're multi-platinum Justin Bieber, but like, I don't know, you can't just go and jump into any genre you want. But the music was fine. It was totally fine. His music is always good though. He's got really good producers around him. He always has really high quality tracks. It's always been that way since the beginning. Even his early tracks, very high quality. You can probably jump on top of that red statue right there. Should we try? I'd probably have to get on top of the building though. Is there a way on top of this building? It would have to be a ladder. There's no lift. Yeah, I don't see a lift. It's weird how like a lot of buildings actually don't have a lift. I don't know, like what's up with that? Okay, I could probably get on top of it from around this thing. They're probably gonna make me battle. What do I have? This thing has super high speed. You did Drake and Kendrick? Nice. Classic. Oh my god. Yo, I went right through his substitute. Did you see that? You would think if you hit a fire type with a flying type, it would make the fire, like, go stronger. Right? I've been wondering if you should max out speed for any ranked builds. Okay, let's see if I can get on top of this thing. Lady! What? Did he resist the bug? Oh my god, how many she got? Yeah, substitute seems pretty bad in this game. Like, it has to take the hit for you. You can't just, like, hit right through it. I mean, that defeats the whole point. Okay, wait a second. I was trying to get... What the... I was trying to get on top of the building. Maybe I'll do it this way. Whenever I'm trying to get on top of something, I get so turned around. This building is really tall. What the? Okay, there's gonna be battles all over up here. Seriously? I never understood why grass is weak to poison. Can I make it across here? No. Dang, it was a really long way up there too. Yeah, I gotta get tickets for my promotion match, exactly. Doesn't hurt anything. You always want to be ready for your next promotion match. Like, the story will let you just basically, like, not do it, essentially. And, like, you want to be ready for it. Oh, dang it. I was trying to go behind her. Okay, I'm trying to find somewhere where I can jump on top of the red gate, the red entrance. Quit complaining. There's gotta be somewhere, because I saw it. Steel is weak to fire and ground? Is that all it's weak to? Okay, where is the entrance? Oh, it's over there. Okay, it's this way. No, there's a gate blocking it. No, there's a gate blocking it. I can't jump off. Oh, maybe I can do it from right here. Oh, nice. Okay, let's see. It might not be high enough. I don't think it's high enough. I don't know if there's anywhere higher that I could get up on. Oh, come on, seriously? All that work for nothing. At least I got some battles. Alright guys, I'm gonna get out of here. Hope you guys enjoyed this stream. We got 3 shinies. That's plenty, right? That's pretty good. We got Kakuna and Weedle, so now I've got the full Beedrill family. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna have to start organizing my boxes eventually. And we also got the shiny SPINARAK, which was what we wanted, so that worked out really good as well. Alright, you guys. I'll catch you on the next one. Peace, everybody!